adventures in Dundras. Last we left our heroes. Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dane, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo Highhill, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Dallen, the Sorceress Draconic Fighter. Our party of heroes had left La Montagne after having rescued Dallen from the clutches of what appeared to be his former evil spirit that was contained within his body, Thragon. The party was rushing back home to Citadel to give Namfoodle the Inferno Rifle necessary to help him complete his plans for the defenses of the Citadel. Before they would then leave again to go find a power source to fuel this magical machine. They traveled throughout the night, exhaustion coming upon them, and coming across a lone Infernoclaw Drake, one of the mounts of the group known as the Ash Marchers. They followed the party to Citadel, where it was going to hang out until the Ash Marchers arrived to help with the siege. Meanwhile, the party took flight and made their way back into the Citadel. Once within the Citadel, the party gave Namfoodle the rifle and went immediately to bed. After getting some rest and recovering, they were determined to go and head off to find the heart of a fire elemental. Unfortunately, as Milo had sent out a memo to a few of his contacts, he had information the party could use. They knew of 2 locations where they could find such an elemental. One High Jorvaskr, a mountain to the west of Lancaster, currently being used by the fire giants there, and another that had been sent out to Anar Dracul but was lost somewhere south of the city. Feeling confident that they could perhaps recover the one from Anar Dracul, the party went to the basement to the underground rail system, where they planned to take the underground rail and make their way back to Anar Dracul. Will our heroes be successful? Will they be able to return in time to help with the defense of the city? Find out on the next exciting episode today of the Adventures in Dundras. First, let's hang out with our players, as not everyone has arrived yet. See how they are. Hello there.
Oh, hey.
So you're the only one that's made it so far?
Yeah.
Concerning. I know Shax said he'll be on soon, but I don't think I've heard anything from Remy or Ryan yet. Have you?
I have not.
Hopefully both of them didn't stay up super late last night and are sleeping in again.
Hopefully not, but...
It's like
Nope.
past noon for you guys.
See Ryan just got on, so hopefully he'll be in here shortly.
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
Hello. Oh, y'all talking about me?
Where were you? We even worried sick.
Didn't you know we started an hour ago? Come on.
An hour? God damn. I didn't know about that. I just saw that you said you were finishing things up. I was like, okay, I'll finish my shit up.
What, didn't you know about daylight savings?
Yeah. That should have been passed.
Hi, Jax.
Hey.
Nope.
Hopefully you can make
Probably asleep.
Yeah, we can, if anything, we can get started without him. The first part of the session. Obviously, maybe some more roleplay and travel, but we'll see what happens. If anything, I can have him also sleep in the rail car.
Yeah.
It is good to hear you all. Good to hear you all. I hope you all had yourself a great week. The silence, the deafening silence is very reassuring.
Yesterday, I basically just slept all day. So
Glad you got some
I'm
good
definitely I'm definitely recharged, but
how's school going for you, Ryan?
Oh, I passed my first programming class, so now I'm gonna be taking my second one.
Fantastic.
At
So
the
you're
end
going
of
to
spring break.
program a few things for me on Roll20, right?
I could try.
I had a few
Actually,
mini
I'm
games in mind. I had a thing where like you guys could go fishing. If you could program me a quick fishing mini game for you guys.
Hey, the best I can do is an endless runner for you.
That's fine. I'll have the Adventures in Dundras, the Comets Company running away from Maldraxx's minigame.
You're gonna give me all the art, the 3D models.
I'm sure I could probably find some free used ones online.
Gotcha.
Milo might look
It's all
like
just gonna be
a
stick
giant.
figures. This is how Milo actually perceives himself.
Bigger than everyone else.
For whatever makes the player run faster. It's just alcohol.
Lord. Any crazy shenanigans of your work this week, Milo?
Well, not me, but, got a 15-foot fish.
Ooh,
nice.
that's a big one.
Yeah, send a picture now.
I was kind of kidding about that fishing minigame.
Oh, I wish I was joking about this.
That's gonna feed you for a while.
Well, not really. But you'll see here in a second once my phone actually cooperates with me.
Oh boy.
Any second now.
For me, nothing too different. Obviously, I had more of my exciting news last week with the Comic-Con and everything, but yeah, we got a few things coming up. Is that a sign?
It is a 15-foot taxidermied sailfish caught back in 1977.
Oh. It looks so realistic.
It actually looks pretty good for how old it is.
Yeah, I
it
mean-
was just very dusty.
Very much so. So like,
Somebody like leave it there, or
No. Marina manager knew someone who had it, and they were just getting rid of it. They're like, "Hey, you want this?" I don't know why the fuck she said yes, but we have a 15-foot sailfish now.
probably wanted to hang it up on the mantle or something.
And guess who's gonna do it?
Shut your whore mouth.
He's not probably wrong though.
I know he's not, that's why I'm wanting him to shut the fuck up.
take this Skeletor, shut up, shut the fuck up. It's like, that looks like that's a you problem, Skeletor. It's bullshit.
Hopefully that will. Oh, hopefully that will go well when you have to deal with it eventually.
That's gonna be a couple years down the road, so Out of sight, out of mind. However, that is very hard. Actually, surprisingly, it's not as heavy as you'd expect.
I mean,
It's
not
not-
as long anything. It's gotta be at least 100 pounds.
Well, they hollow it out, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it is hollow. I would probably say 100 pounds is pretty close. Probably lighter, but around that general area.
Roughly. I mean, it's gonna take at least 2 people to lift it up.
Yeah.
Man. And what's with all those Amazon packages in the background? Are you guys doing some sort of illegal business?
No, those are packages for boats that aren't here yet, and they just keep ordering more and more shit.
So they're awaiting their owners to come retrieve them.
Yes.
Do you get to reclaim some of them if they don't come in within a certain amount of time?
I think it's after like a year of them just kind of sitting on our back shelf. We'll just kind of go through and definitely not open them up. That would be illegal or anything like that.
They get sent back to Amazon.
Jeez.
They get sent to a undisclosed location for further use.
At least, honestly, like, how often do you get those that just stick around for over a year?
More than you'd think.
Definitely, I would
'cause
hope
some
that
people-
maybe once or twice.
Hey, when you got people that have
more
boats
than
like that, I'm pretty sure when you got people that have boats like that, they can honestly probably spend like $100 or more. Forget they even spent it.
It's not the owners though. It's more so the crew.
Hmm.
Jeez. That sounds like a mess.
Yes, that is part of the reason why those are back there, and we don't have the space for them where they normally would go.
That's why they're back there with the fish.
Yep.
First the fish. First the fish, first fish.
Oh boy. That's certainly a thing. And then, anything new with you, Shax?
Let's see. On Friday I found something I had to call the security for Lost and Found. It was a backpack full of crap, and a decent amount of money too. But the owners, he had his ID and his hotel card with the hotel room number on it was in his backpack. So their supervisor called the hotel, who contacted the room, so they had to take it to him. He had a lot of freaking, just in cash, at least $1,000 in cash in his backpack.
Good lord.
Yep. According to security, that's the lowest amount they've seen. Way higher in solid cash, and they've picked from Lost and Found that have been left in the parks and stuff.
Was that after or before they returned it?
Both. Like, they've had, it's like, because they're very strict. They're constant. Like, all the security have the body cams. So, and if they're live, so it's like, oh, while and even with team members, like, people don't realize how many cameras are inside everywhere except for the bathrooms. Like, you're being monitored at all times, and
I'm sorry, did you say bathrooms?
except for the bathrooms. Out of all the places left in the park, those are the only places you're not being monitored alive at all times.
I would hope so.
I'd hope not.
Like, they are, the parks are very, very, especially when it comes to Lost and Found with team members, because of that reason. When it comes to money, because they'll be like, hey, we have you on security camera that you found Lost and Found, and we noticed you doing something. Yeah. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not lose my job. I really need the money and the insurance.
Alrighty
Yep. I think the weirdest thing someone's left in I found was a laptop plugged in over near one of the playgrounds just left there. And then when the parent, of course, we called security, they came and took it. Then the owner showed up about 4 hours later, and they got mad that we took it, saying it was our job to watch it.
They can go fuck themselves.
I told them, like, well, it's at security. You can go pick it up there. It's the same thing with, like, when they try to leave their children, and so it's like, well, it's your job to watch them. I'm like, no, it's not. We are not daycare providers. I remember actually one time we had a whole situation at the Jurassic Park playground area where a family, these two little kids, about maybe 10 or 12, came up and they had like a little cart with like their two other little siblings that were really young, asking us where they get their lunches. Turns out their parents brought them into the park, went around, left them there, told the kids that the people here working at the park will watch over them, and then they left and went to Disney.
Fuck.
Yep, it was a whole thing. We had to call security. Security had to call our off-duty officers. They were able to contact the parents. The first time, the parents, when they answered, when they didn't like what they were being told, they hung up. And then finally, the second time when they got called, they finally answered. They basically, the only reason they came back was threatened by an actual police officer. They showed up, and promptly, of course, like CPS and stuff were waiting for them. And
some people don't deserve kids.
Some people don't deserve a lot of things.
Remy has not responded. I'll leave it for him to join us when he can, but...
Try calling. They might try calling him, because I know he sometimes usually answers to those.
Do you want to do that for me?
Sure. Yeah, 1 sec.
Let's just shoot him a message. Because I think he was one of the few that actually RSVP'd.
Just sent a message saying that the forge went cold.
I don't know if I could be that cruel, though.
You're right, that was a low blow. I'm sorry.
It hasn't been warm in years.
Alright, I thought I took it too far. Just calm down there, Ryan.
Give him some motivation.
It's been 84 years.
Dane, please wake up. Your family needs you.
Pipeline coming my way soon. Yesterday I finally got an email saying that my address was, after over a few months of waiting and having like seen that they had the equipment out there, they finally sent me emails like, hey, you can qualify for Google Fiber now. I was like, give. Because like right now I'm doing like 60 a month for like 300 megabytes of internet speed. For $70, I get 1 gig from Google. Like, for $10 more for that jump, I'm like, I've been waiting. Like, they told me, it's like, oh, we can jump you up to, like, 500 megabytes for $65. I was like, no, I think I'm going to stay with my 60 for right now and hold off to see if Google Fiber will actually come through, and they finally did. So, next Friday, or I guess this coming Friday, I have a technician coming out to get me set up, and I'm gonna have some fast internet.
Dan will be getting on in just a minute. He's like, thank you for calling me. I had passed out.
Surprise. He seems like he stays up very late on Saturdays these days.
Yeah. Well, he has a thing where he can't go to sleep unless he gets to that point of exhaustion. So his body physically won't let him go to sleep unless he's like, and you are completely out of battery.
That sounds rough.
Yeah. Can't remember what the name of the actual condition is actually called. Probably my sister might know.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. And when he shows up, he shows up. Let's see if we know if he is coming. That'd be fantastic. So, are we ready to begin?
No more. Sorry, I'm snacking at the same time.
How dare you eat while I am speaking? I am so offended. Alright, so. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes. Talos, the dragonborn paladin. Dane, the dwarven paladin. Milo, the bardic halfling rogue. And Dallen, the sorceress dragonborn fighter. The party had just departed the Mount Lamontagne. After having rescued Dallen from the clutches of his evil spirits that he had expelled so long ago. The spirit known as Thragon. The party came to realize that Thragon had been the cause of their recent woes. Possessing the body of Dallen's brother Fradnir, this being had made a deal with the devil himself. Working with Mount Draxus, he informed Mount Draxus of the party's movements as well as where they were heading, leading them into a trap that got one of them temporarily killed and the rest of them mortally wounded. Though they managed to escape from that, once they returned to their home, they came back to find that their home was under siege by an undead army, led, as they now know, by Thragon. And so the party's plans were to go and finish up a weapon of Namfoodle's making to help with the defense of the Citadel. In order to do that, they required several pieces in order for it to work. In our last episode, the party has succeeded in rescuing Dallen, who had been captured by his brother, and who also possessed the Inferno Rifle, the first piece that the party needed to complete Namfoodle's plans. So, they rushed throughout the night to reach the Citadel, pushing exhaustion just to make it. Along the way, they met with an Infernoclaw Drake, some sort of draconic creature without wings that ran across the ground as a mount for the Ash Marchers. They helped guide it to the Citadel, where it would remain on the outskirts, hidden for the time being until the Ash Marchers arrived to help with the siege of Starfall. And thus, the party took to the air and made their way back to their home. After a long night's rest, day's rest more accurately, the party came to as Milo received a message from one of his contacts. He had sent, before they left, a memo out to try and see if they could find any sign of the fire elemental, the other part of what they needed for the weapon. They needed the heart of the fire elemental, and thus his contact came through, as Milo had the location of two. One to the west of Lancaster, within the High Jorvaskr mountain, currently being used by the fire giants there. Another one that had been sent out by the fire giants to Anar Dracul some time ago, but somehow had been lost, and was last known to have been seen traveling south of Anar Dracul in the desert. Knowing that they would likely have better luck in Anar Dracul than they would with High Jorvaskr, the party was determined to take the underground rail system and return back through the underground system, and make their way back to Anar Dracul to find the fire elemental and claim its elemental heart. And thus, as our party made their way down into the underground rail system, armed and ready, some perhaps a little tired than they probably should be, but we'll likely get some rest. Our heroes prepare to depart for the underground rail system as we return to Dundras. I see you in your Remy. Make the noise.
Dun, dun, dun.
Nice, there it is. Glad you can make it. Hope you're feeling alright.
Yeah, I just slept in a bit, unfortunately.
That's all good, you didn't miss much. Welcome, one and all. Welcome. Time for some ambiance. Probably delete that track from this, because I think that was what got me claimed at one time for whatever reason. But
That's why it's been currently royalty free.
Like the sound effect got you claimed.
it was a music track that supposedly was for use so long as I credited him, and I did. But then I won't go through those details with you guys. Let's just say that
If it's YouTube, it's AI things gonna do stuff.
yeah, it definitely is. All right. So, as all of you finish strapping in your gear and readjusting your weapons, Talos, you finish putting the strap on your helmet to fasten it, making sure everything's nice and tight as you feel on your belt, where you have your the hilt of your sunblade as your warhammer slinged across your back. Dane, you kind of shuffle your belt a little bit, your belted dwarven kind, as your shield rattles on your back and your axe dangles on your side. Milo standing there, calm, cool, and composed, bow on back and his hood up, while Dallen is there, adjusting the strap on his Inferno Rifle that he managed to get thanks to the excellent efforts of Milo the previous day. As Dallen adjusts his boots and his helmet as well, as you all stand there as the engineer is finishing up a few tweaks on the engine. Those of you that look to the left and right, you can see to the right where you will be heading. The tunnel is long and dark as it goes off into the distance. You look to the left and you can find that there's a wall, a stone wall that has been erected by Namfoodle over the last couple days. And if you listen closely, you don't hear any sounds of banging or anything else, so you feel confident that the enemy is not currently trying to bust through the stone structure wall to try and make their way into the Citadel. A cool breeze goes through the tunnel as brushes past your hair as the engineer opens up the door to the main engine room and looks over to you all and goes, "All right, I'm ready to go whenever you are." Where was it you wanted to go again? All the way to Antiva?
No, Anar Dracul.
Ooh. As he kind of looks at you and goes, let me check my map real quick. As he pops his head back in. He pops his head back out again and goes, "Well, I can get you close there, but as of right now, there's no station set up there. We do have, some air holes that are poking through to the tunnel to make sure that we don't suffocate down in here, but I don't know if any of you are small enough to fit in a few vertical, tiny holes that goes up to the surface."
Didn't you guys have a crew out there working on it?
We were getting ready to. There's been a few complications. You know how it goes, Milo. But I'll tell you what. When I was looking at my map here, due to budget cuts, we do have a slight entrance that'll get you close.
Where's that?
Well, to help cut on labor costs, we did put.
Just give it to me straight. I don't have time for this.
It's in the Underdark. I
Why is
know
that always the Underdark?
it's not ideal, But you wouldn't believe how much money we saved by, like, instead of having to do drilling and mining costs, like, instead we just laid track down in the Underdark. I mean, sure, it caused a couple complications on a few of our trips 2 and 4, but as you can see here, he slaps the side of the engine. We got ourselves some defenses to protect the rail system now. As he pulls a lever, and you watch as a couple of tube-looking things just kind of crank.
What do these do? Spit fire?
Yeah, you could say that. It's something that Namfoodle whipped together after all of your last trip back to the Citadel. Milo got to take full advantage of it when he came here to meet up with you all.
Oh yeah, those weird flying things.
Good job, I'll say that much.
Yeah, that's because of these. We had a few of them try to hop on, but I then pulled this lever here. Is anyone standing really close to the train at all?
I was some Talos after asking, kind of like pointing up and like, hey, what's this?
Yeah, Talos is like kind of just staring at it like, these are interesting.
Make a dexterity saving throw, Talos.
Oh boy, give me a sec. Open. Dexterity.
Oh, you're like literally like, what does this do? As you literally put your hand on one of the guns, and he pulls the levers like this, and Talos, you will be taking 33 points of lightning damage as the entire train just like you watch as
I take half of that. One of my resistance is lightning, so
very good. So yeah, you will take half of that as and like you watch as Talos like, what does this do? And so you watch him go as he goes,
okay,
whoa, and he pulls the lever again, chunk.
Just a sec.
Ooh, sorry there, Talos. I didn't realize you were that close to the engine. As Talos just kind of stands there, just blinking.
You're right, Talos. You're getting a bit barbecued.
Half of 33 brains trying to do math right now. It's like,
do you succeed?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was trying to do the rounding. It's like 16. Like, just Talos just cough. Like,
yeah, you probably didn't notice it with Milo, but we had a few of them jump on, but I pulled the lever here and activated the proximity barrier. I say barrier, but it just electrifies the whole thing.
I saw. I just wanted to see the new system in place. Worked out well.
Very, indeed. Sorry about that again, Talos. As he kind of ruffles by and like goes, here, as he tosses you a potion.
Thanks. Like a cough, this little cough, another cough, a little spark.
It's a normal healing potion. If you wanted to drink it, that'd be 2d4 plus 2, or like 2d4, or like would be that you could gain back 10 if you just want to drink it. As an
yeah, Talos is just gonna drink it.
Get you 10 back. Ooh. But anyway, as you can see, on the way there we should be perfectly safe. But obviously, once you get out of the sight of the rail system, well, you'll be on your own there.
As long as we don't stray off once we get there, we should be fine.
Anyone have any better ideas? Please? Anyone?
Unless we want to walk there. It's what? About a 5-day journey from here to Anar Dracul on foot.
Yeah, and if we take the tram that Underdark, it will be. Talos trying to think.
It'll take essentially a day's travel to, like, get to the entrance of the Underdark that he's talking about.
From the actual Underdark itself, do you know if there are any exits nearby from there up to the surface, or is it still a little trek?
I'm afraid I'm not sure, Dane. All we know is that we went through the Underdark save on costs, and there was quite a few cavernous areas that we could see from, that we're able to see from the rail itself. But due to the nature of how dangerous it is down there, we tend to not travel too far away, or even stop there to be quite frank. But, I mean, it's very dark there. We're not able to see hardly anything except for some iridescent-looking things in the distance.
Well, it is called the Underdark. And there's no other, like, emergency exits or anything from the tunnel right now while construction's going on, or?
Unfortunately, things aren't still quite complete. We're still planning on putting a station in Anar Dracul, but we haven't finished construction in that area yet, especially as topside things were still a little tumultuous. And we were also planning to stop in Kingdom of Ravenscrest.
What if we go over back to Port LaMontagne and see if there's any boats we can take?
Well, remember that passage is blocked, so...
Yeah, Dallen, we kind of accidentally led a small incursion through the tunnel, and we kind of had to block it up temporarily.
Unfortunately, the enemy knows a way to that tunnel, so for now we have it blocked off till we deal with what's going on.
It's kind of
You know,
a little bit, Dallen.
For shits and giggles, call Captain Barbosa.
Do I have the orb? I don't think I have it.
No, someone has a sending stone though, or should.
I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna pull my sending stone out of my pocket and pass it off to Milo for a second. I should be the one for Barbosa. Either that or it's Namfoodle's.
Meh, Namfoodle can get pissed off at me. Fuck it, I'll deal with him later. Milo kind of sits there for a moment and thinks.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I kind of spaced out. I'm sorry.
Duh.
Milo will take the sending stone. Barbosa, can you meet us near Port LaMontagne heading for Anar Dracul?
You get a quick response back. Ahoy, lad! Oi, I could be there in perhaps a day or two. Was just making our way to Duskwood. Drop off supplies. Heading to the port now.
Okay. With that going on, we could, I could fly us out of Starfall, and then we could ride all the way over to Port LaMontagne.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say walk, but nope, never mind. We can ride over there.
Hey, we also can't really walk over there as well. At least do the invading forces currently outside our front door.
Well, I realized that. I meant walk after we got flown out.
Hey, that's it.
Plus, we could always stop at the where the entrance is and see if we can find any of our allies there to ensure that no one gets in. Maybe set up some kind of alarm system or something.
Wouldn't that take away time from us going over to where we need to go?
Well, it said it would take about a day before he arrives.
Yeah, and it's gonna take us a day just to get over there.
True. We'll just continue and figure it out.
Is that the plan? We doing?
Best plan that we got that doesn't require the Underdark.
After hearing that, Dallen's just gonna smack his hands like, "All right, I'll get everything prepared. Everyone meet me up at the opening at Starfall." As Dallen just starts walking off.
Yes, I'd rather not run into any more spiders.
Dallen brushes some sweat off his brow, thinking, "Ooh, I just got out of going into the Underdark again."
I don't want to be captured again.
But Dallen, never went into the Underdark.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing, is that right before you were going to, you decided that you need to go back to go help out your brother Fradnir and Anar Dracul during the whole thing with Thanatos.
That is true. Dallen has not been in the Underdark.
Dallen, come on, it'll be so much fun. We can go back through the Underdark. You can see the wildlife down there. Meet some new faces.
It's like that National Geographic VHS video. It's like, see the wildlife, meet the locals.
Experience what they go through.
It's the Underdark.
Load
I
already.
can hear the excitement in your voice, Dallen.
Oh gosh, what was that thing called? Zoo Book? Because
Honestly, I walked away from the conversation. I'm trying to figure out ways to get over to Port Lontaine the fastest.
Ideally, you would probably do so the way that most of you came over to. Before, when you were traveling before the rail system, you used to travel on horseback. And while currently at the moment you don't have your physical steeds, as far as you know, they might be being retrieved back in Duskwood at this moment. But at the very least, you do have your paladins that have an alternative.
And then,
Okay. Quick question. This might be a tall ask, but if I were to use 3 spell slots, could I increase the duration of Draconic Summon Spirit for travel only?
Let me see. What was it called? Summon Draconic Spirit?
Yes.
Let me see if it has any upcasting of that.
It does have upcasting.
A higher
Higher
level cast
levels.
spell at 6th level or higher. Use the higher level wherever this. Well, hang on, what? When you cast a spell using a spell slot 6th level or higher, use the higher level whenever the spell's level appears in the stat block. I feel like it just.
Yeah, it's just so there's a stat block right under it that that explains more.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. I got the Draconic Spirit, large dragon neutral. 50 plus 10 for each level spell above 5th. Equal to the level of the spell, so it gets more health. Plus the level of the spell for its natural armor. So its AC and hit points goes up for the more spells you use.
Yes, I am asking if I can forego that and just extend the duration.
That's a hard ask, because duration, it's concentration up to an hour. And normally, it's very difficult to keep concentration on something for that period of time. I mean,
Would I be able? What if I were to take exhaustion as well?
I mean, at the very least, you would be able to fly at least an hour away from the Citadel, and then if you wanted to, you'd be able to rely on your allies to perhaps, help transport you back to Port Lamontagne. And then something else.
But you also just keep recasting it?
Also that.
Okay. Wish I would give us 3 hours, which was 60 feet flying speed.
It'd be pretty decent speed there. So I guess another thing is for Talos, Milo, and Dane, if you all want to roll a history check regarding Port LaMontagne and your previous trek there, or from there.
History.
13.
13.
21.
17.
Yeah, Milo, you weren't there, so I guess that makes sense. You were on your way back. Dane and Talos, you recall that when you last left Port LaMontagne, well, when you first got back from Duskwood, that they allowed you in briefly because of like your reputation and everything, and they were able to verify it was indeed you. But they informed you that if you were to leave the city again, they would not be allowed to let you in again, just for security's sake.
Could I roll another history check? Because I'm assuming that the rest of the party would have said that out loud.
Yeah.
Can I roll another history check to see if Milo remembers any, like, secret passages in and out of the city?
Yeah, I'll give you that with advantage.
18?
Yeah. You recall
I was gonna
that there was a few like sewer passages that could be used to like gain access to the interior. You also, as I imagine Dane was about to mention, there was also a path on the outside of the walls near where the train station was located that was supposed to lead to the underground train system underneath the Comet's Landing tavern.
Yes, I was about to mention that as well.
Yeah.
And that's the entrance that most likely was the enemy has figured out.
So, like, you would know, and especially by what they told you, you would be able to figure out that, yes, there is an underground entrance, a secret entrance that, like, was part of, like, all of your, like, and obviously Strataba's designs for being able to get into the underground system or to get in and out without having to go through the city itself. That likely was compromised and it could be under surveillance and or could be guarded now.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if
So
there was, like, any others, like, that Strataba already had or something for his, trade route.
I mean, there's a chance that he might, but as for what if Milo would know them, I mean, he hasn't
He
worked
wouldn't, yeah.
directly with Strataba, so like he hasn't worked close enough
No,
with him.
he has.
Well, not close enough to know all of the details or all the intricacies. I mean, he would know that there was a few that lead to the port within the city, so a way to be able to like smuggle through the waterways underground and eventually lead it outside of the city. But I'd say
Gotcha.
let me roll here. Yeah, you know of like essentially that one entrance by the train system, and then a potential one that would go through like the underground sewer system.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sewers.
So there's a couple options, but obviously not the most ideal options.
A question.
Mhm.
How far away is Port LaMontagne?
Well, from the port to the Citadel itself, it usually takes about a half a day train travel. And a horse travel will be about like a day's travel. Oh, let me see distancing here. Do I have this in miles yet or no? Here we go. Travel pays. walking pace, it'd be about 2 days, and that'd be about, for normal travel pace, that'd be about 24 miles. So we're talking about 48 to 50 miles between Starfall and Port Lamontagne. And that's about 300 feet for a normal walking pace. To do half of that trip is about 300 feet per minute, or 3 miles an hour.
So halfway through is half a day is 300 feet.
Half a day is like 300 feet per minute, or 3 miles an hour. For normal pace for half of that day. So to go, so obviously if you math that for double that, it was essentially about 48 miles total, or you'd have to be traveling 6 miles per hour in order to make it there within a day of double time pace. And if you're going at a travel speed of 60 feet per 6 seconds, you're making me break out the calculator this early, Dallen?
It's not that I'm trying. I have a free spell slot, spell that I haven't put in yet. And, there's a spell that I could use. I don't want to have it, but if I take it, it would make the travel so much easier.
So that's 60...
And it has to do with 500 feet. I'm reading through all of it right now.
So that'd be what, 1 foot per second speed for a dragon flying?
Well, I'm not talking about the dragon spell.
Oh, you're talking about something else now?
Yes, I have a free spell I could put in, but
You guys are talking about 2 different things right now, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So wait, so what are you talking now?
I could take Arcane Gate.
Ooh.
Gate. That sounds very familiar.
Yes. Have you ever played Pathfinder?
I have not, but here it is. A 6th level conjuration spell. You create linked teleportation portals that remain open for the duration, which is up to 10 minutes. Choose 2 points on the ground that you can see, 1 point within 10 feet of you, and 1 point within 500 feet of you. A circular portal, 10 feet in diameter, opens up at each point. If the portal would open up in the space like the spell fails and the casting is lost, portals are 2-dimensional glowing rings. It's like the hither staff. Every day when the point the ring is only visible from one side your choice, which is the side that functions as a portal. Any creature or object entering the portal exits from the other portals if the 2 were adjacent. So it's it's basically like a portal gun.
Yes. I could use. We could fly over, or so Dallen has not been in the railway. I would assume not.
I mean, he was just brought down there.
Yes, so he can't just teleport past the wall. So, yeah, we could fly over there as far as we can go. Which, if I do this, I would have 2 hours instead of 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could just teleport into Port Lamontagne.
Well, it also needs to be a point that you can see. Within
Once you
500
land,
feet.
Yeah, once you land, you wouldn't be able to see past the wall.
That's even if we get close enough to the wall.
Yeah. I had thought it was any place that Dallen had been. Okay.
Yeah, 2 points that you can see, and 1 point within 10 feet of you, and 1 point within 500 for you. Yeah, it does specify that you have to be able to see.
Well, fuck it. How about we just fly a dragon into Port Lamantine?
Let's just fly as far as we can, and we can figure the rest from there. How's that? Cool, cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's do that. Because we have other options we could try when we get there. So for now, let's just fly.
No bad ideas, but it's definitely very good to brainstorm.
That does mean it was a bad idea. All right.
It wasn't a bad idea.
I said it wasn't a bad idea. No bad ideas. It's good to brainstorm.
Don't guess like you, Dallen.
So, you all follow Dallen up to back to the roof of the Citadel to make your way out.
Yeah.
Follow him out.
Okay, so as you all make your way up, you pass once again the area where you don't see Namfoodle, but you can hear around some corner some cranking of gears, and maybe a couple bang, clang, clang, as he's clearly working on the defense system. So, you go up to the window once again. And so, Dallen, what you doing?
Yeah, we're done brainstorming. Dallen's gonna go over to the biggest clear spot where he could summon the dragon, and he's just gonna wait for everyone. Well, he's gonna wait for everyone and then summon the dragon.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yes.
Okay, so as the party arrives right behind you, you summon the draconic spirit.
Yes, the copy of Hashan. And he's gonna command the copy to fly us towards Port Lamantine, and he's gonna point in the direction.
Boop. The dragon will kind of nod its head and lean down as it spreads its wings out in preparation for flight. And does everyone load up on it?
Can it fit all? It can fit all of us, right?
We're about to find
It's
out.
a large
It
dragon.
is a large dragon. Which, that is a good question. How many would it be able to fit? Monster manual to the rescue. Because obviously you do have other means of transportation as well. So, a large dragon would be essentially the size of a young dragon. Let's see, does it say anything about that here? Dragons. Yeah, young, range 6 to 100 years. Let's see, strength is a 19, which is plus 4. Draconic Spirit generally has some pretty neutral bonuses to its stuff. Interesting.
A large dragon has a strength of 20. It can carry 600 pounds.
So it's about as effective as Milo's magic carpet.
No more.
Oh, yeah.
My flying carpet only has 450.
450.
Either 400 and 450, somewhere around there.
Is that minus your weight, or
No, that's including my weight.
did you have the 5x7?
Let me double check. I believe so.
Or was it
Yes,
the
5x7.
Okay.
5x7.
The 5x7 has a weight capacity of 600 pounds and a flying speed of 40.
Fuck.
So yeah, the dragon is about as effective. But it's obviously faster than the carpet.
Yeah.
About 20 feet. Just think, you could have got the 30 feet flying speed, 800-pound carpet.
So I looked at the sheet for the spirit dragon. It is 19, so it's 570 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit less, but I think I could carry a Dane and Talos. It probably Milo as well.
Well, previously when Milo tried to carry the whole party, it was a little too heavy. Just because, Dane, remind everyone how heavy your dwarf is.
I don't know, like 200 pounds or some shit.
A little over 200, if I recall.
Yeah, 186 just base, but that's not factoring in armor and weapons as such.
Easily 201
So yeah,
when you include your bag of holding.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, definitely easily over 200, 250, including armor and such.
And we're not going to talk about how heavy Talos is.
And how heavy is Dallen?
Check that in a while. 184.
And he has a bag of holding as well.
Yes, he has a bag of holding as well.
Which that would probably bring him up to over 200 as well.
Well, that's added into
that's included
with the rest of the weight. Yes.
Alright. But basically, with just Dane and Dallen alone, that's over 2/3 of the creature's carry capacity. Like, you could probably do Milo, Dane, and Dallen on the dragon and be fine, but obviously Talos would be left out.
Yeah, and I can only fly for so long with my,
We had to ask the questions, didn't we? Couldn't have just
really.
flown over there.
God damn it. So could two people be on the carpet?
Yes.
Okay.
That's only
Two
flying
people
at
on-
40, which is going to be way further back than you guys in the same span of 3 hours.
Yeah.
But at the same
But
time,
we could just
this-
keep up with you.
when the spell goes away, then they would have to take some time to resummon it, and you'd have some time to catch up.
How long does it take to cast it?
In action.
So 6 seconds. That's not much time to catch up.
Yeah, but they can only go
How long can the
2
carpet fly?
hours, whereas you and your crawling carpet, you can go for, like, ever.
3 hours. Don't you have 3 spell slots for that?
Yes. Huh. How fast can you go with your shoes?
40. Oh. With my shoes, I'm not going to be able to get over the
No.
wall.
I'm talking about Talos.
Oh gosh.
He's got the wings of fly. He can only go for, like, an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. How fast can you go within that hour?
I think it's about 60, isn't it?
60.
So he'd be on par with
Okay.
the dragon.
So, for we could keep up. We could have Dane, Milo, and Dallen on the dragon for an hour, and then once both our stuff runs out, we have either Dane or Talos go onto the carpet with Milo, and for the rest of it, we just keep up with the same speed as the carpet.
Sure, let's just start actually doing something rather than just sitting here
Yeah.
bickering about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very well. So, as half of you hop on the carpet, half of you hop on the dragon, or use your wings to fly, you all take off from the top of the Citadel. Whoosh. As you begin to fly over the walls and make your way. Are you going to stay at a high altitude, or are you going to, like, as you go from the top of the Citadel, just slowly drift your way down closer to the ground?
Yeah, as we go from from our starting height, we're going to gradually go down, so that Talos can make the ground, and I can make it to the ground in time.
Fair enough. Yeah, because obviously, unlike some of the other flying spells that, like, when they run out, they'll automatically do, like, a feather fall effect on you. I don't know if your wings of fly do that, Talos?
No, they don't. Like, I looked that up, but as I was double checking some stuff, and it said they don't do that. Sadly,
Yeah, so
they just and they turn off.
Phew.
Same thing with the Draconic Spirit.
Whee! I'm sure you could survive like a 200-foot drop, right? Like 200 d6 damage, right?
Sure.
I don't have the boots of falling, so.
All right, let's get going, my guys.
All right.
Okay, so let me just double check something real quick here. Let's see, what kind of range does that have? A decent range. So, as you depart from the Citadel and you begin to fly, you happen to notice some things that start to whiz by your dragon and by you, Talos, as
I think we're being shot at.
as you look down and you can see amongst the skeletons, zombies, and the undead army, several have longbows that they are definitely pointing up at you and unleashing several volleys.
I think we might need to go a little bit higher.
Unfortunately.
Let me make a few rolls here. You're at a range that'll be a bit of a disadvantage, but some decent modifiers. So. Okay, so I'm assuming a 10 is gonna miss. 11's gonna miss. Another 11. 13. I don't imagine. Yeah, the dragon is lower. 10. 9. And that one is definitely not gonna miss. Another that one. Lots of arrows. Imagine that 15 doesn't hit you, Talos, right?
No.
Okay. So as these arrows kind of whiz past you as you all continue to fly, eventually you will get past the army of the undead, with only a couple more arrows whizzing by. 15 and 14, yeah. They took some shots at you, but you were fortunately not close enough for it to actually make impact. If you're too far down, especially with your draconic spirit there, there's a chance that could have done very badly for you, Dallen, since you only have 50 hit points on that dragon.
What's each spell level? Above 5.
And how many what was the spell level you used?
I would have used a 5th level.
Fortunately, we didn't have to worry about this time, but as you kind of glide your way through the air, making your way to Port La Montagne. An hour will pass as you've made some good speed before eventually the wings of fly start to give out, and you're flying close enough to the ground, Talos, that you come to a landing as Dallen and the rest of the party also comes to a landing before the wings just dissipate. And Talos, you will not be able to use your wings of fly again for 2 more hours.
Alrighty. It's time to swap out.
Another spell slot? Yeah. Laser ball.
Okay. And so we move into the carpet and the dragon now?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Alrighty. As you all hop back on the dragon and the carpet, as you continue to make your way to Port La Montagne, flying high above any potential dangers that could be on the ground. And let's see, so that's an hour traveling at 600 feet per, or 60 for 6, or 1 per second. No, I'm thinking that wrong. It's 10 per second, 10 feet per second.
Math sucks.
And I had to do it every day.
Yeah. You are a mad lad, and I commend you on that.
It's mostly automated though, so at least there's that. I
It's
just have to
still-
keep track of order of operation.
So yeah, that'd be roughly 600 feet per minute, if what I'm reading. Well, obviously we would be doing less because you're going to be matching pace with Milo and his carpet for 40. Which would be roughly about 6.5 feet per second. Or 390 feet per minute. Which is a pretty good speed. Pretty good speed indeed.
Not bad at all.
Now, while he's doing all that math, do y'all want to try to take one of those secret exits, secret entrances? Or do you want to try and just fly over?
Probably best to try to... Sorry, go ahead then.
I know. I was going to say, it's probably going to be best to Sorry. Dying. We're back.
Yeah, I'll let it die.
Choking.
You have to finish this session.
Oh, well, that's neat. So, if you match speed with the flying carpet, you all are capable of traveling about 13.5 miles an hour. Which means, as the port is about 50 miles away, that would take you roughly about 3.7 hours to reach. If you maintain that.
Is that after the hour?
That would be like full from Starfall to Port La Montaigne. So, at this point, as you were traveling via Dragon, that would subtract the, obviously, if that, you were going at a 60 speed at that point. So obviously one of those hours would be subtracted. So, and plus that. Okay, so you were 2 hours of flight if you maintain constant, like a constant 40 speed. You're about 2 hours flight away from Port La Montaigne.
Where we are now.
Yes.
Okay.
Which would work
Which
well
is
for Dallen's spell
yeah.
slots. Which is a quick, well, we could say as part of flavor, as like you're flying in the air, Dallen, you're all like, yeah, I don't feel like landing this time, and so as like the dragon spirit just dissipates, like as you're falling, you just cast underneath you the draconic spirit using your action, and you and your passengers land on the dragon as you keep flying.
That would be a jarring for Will. Like,
And after a total of 3 hours of flight, you all managed to land just outside the Port La Montaigne area, as your draconic spirit goes away again. And
Okay, so we still have to find a way in.
Yep, as you land outside the walls, Milo, with your flying carpet, you're still kind of floating around. You're able to see that the walls are being heavily defended by the guards at Port La Montaigne. And a few, like you have noticed, definitely you, as well as the draconic spirit, getting closer before it dissipated. And there's, as of right now, you're able to easily see that there's a lot of attention directed in your direction.
Milo's going to land in front of the gate. Actually, sorry. Before I start doing this, how much time would Dallen have for his dragon left?
I'd say just based on the distance, he would be able to land within about 100, 120 feet away from the walls of the city if he wanted to get that close before the dragon spirit would disappear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just picturing Dallen just face planting onto the ground with Dane. Or
I'd rather
Talos.
not face plant into the ground.
Dallen and Dane are Yamcha posed on the ground. As Dallen miscalculated and they come crashing to the ground. No.
Massive crater, just Dallen just sliding across over to the front of the gate.
So, you all are at least about 100 feet away from the walls of the city. Where, from this point, according to what I have here, this would put you about roughly near the rail tracks that follow the road that leads away from the city towards Starfall. There's a number of buildings, including a tavern that is outside the city, a couple of farmhouses, as well as, if you look to your left towards the east, you can see the train station off in that direction near a farming field. So, what are y'all doing?
I don't think they're gonna just letting us in, so probably best to find out that those other entrances.
You know, you guys wait here. Let me go talk to them.
Oh, okay.
Milo's just gonna walk up to the gate.
You hear a voice from above the wall as you get too close enough shout, "Halt! None may pass!"
Really? Not even Comet's company? Or at least one member of us?
Negative. Last our reports show Comet's company is already within the city. We are not authorizing any posers to try and make their way in the walls. For the security of the city, I recommend you leave before we open fire.
Can you not shoot us?
This is your last
Please?
warning.
Alright, cool. I'm glad that people listen.
If you all recall, you went to the underground passage after you entered Port Lamontagne. You never actually informed anyone that you were leaving.
Yeah, also Milo wasn't with them when
Yeah. Down
They
also
showed
wasn't
up.
with them.
They're under the impression that Comet's company is in the city, as like that's what Dane and Talos had kind of opened up with when they first entered, as they proved that they were Comet's company. So you all stepped away from the wall before they start attacking.
Yeah, I guess so. At least for Talos.
I was gonna say, Dane's just been watching everyone from a distance while that's been happening. I've been staying back.
Dane knows what's up. Are you backing away, Dallen?
Yeah.
So close. I was so close. I was about to open fire here. And Milo as well.
Yep, Milo's just following along with everyone else now, I guess.
Alright, so as you all kind of back out of like immediate firing range of the walls, it is very quiet out here. As you look around, there's still quite a few buildings, but you don't see anyone or anything moving from the outside of the walls at all. What do you all do?
Hey Milo, do you happen to know where the entrance out here is for the tunnels?
Would appear not.
Now,
Talos wasn't with you guys when you were told.
I'll give you that earlier history check that you had, Milo. As you recall, like there was one that was near the train station, as well as kind of a more complicated, potentially also dangerous route through the sewers. Dangerous because there could be unknown creatures underneath in the sewers, and also just the winding passages of the sewers could create, obviously, a maze that could be hard to navigate if you're not familiar enough.
Gotcha.
So you would know that, and obviously getting access to the sewers from out here, there would be a couple of manhole covers located around the buildings, and you would assume probably close to some of the more practical, like maybe business-oriented buildings outside the city, like the tavern. The what did I call that one out here? Was it the Drunken Beaver?
No, that was the one inside the city. The
Right.
Yeah,
one
supposed to be
Milo bought.
There was another. There was a tavern they all visited for a side quest. That was just outside the walls. What was that one?
Wasn't that out on the other side of the city?
Let's see, not Sea's Respite.
Closer to Duskwood?
The Braying Donkey. That's right. There was the Braying Donkey Tavern that was, it was an inn, not a tavern. It was the Braying Donkey Inn that was just outside of the city. That was meant to be the cheaper, affordable option. So you would know that perhaps near the Brain Donkey would likely be a sewer entrance, as they would need, for an inn, access to some plumbing. You also know that your entrance over by the rail, the train system. But as stated before, you're unsure of its current condition, if it's being watched, guarded, or if it's currently under the control of the forces of Maldraxxus.
I was just gonna relay that to Dane.
Fair enough. Well, not really sure which path to take. The sewers going into the city are probably going to be guarded by the actual guards of Port La Montaigne.
But at least there we might be able have a little bit of chance to probably like talk our way through, saying, "Oh, we picked up reports of something, and we've sent down blah blah blah." While going the other way, if the enemy is holding those sections, we'd have a much more difficult time.
Aye, but also at the same time, they're more likely to just attack on sight, seeing as essentially we're trying to sneak into the city.
Oh.
But if we go into if we can find the rail entrance, at least we know that it's only, if there's anyone down there, it's only going to be Maldraxxus' forces. And even that is probably going to be a pittance force, considering they probably sent most of their guys off towards Starfall. And if they sent them out again, they've most likely left the place alone, considering they've probably ran into the rock wall by now.
So, what's the call? You all want to head through the sewers? You want to try the train system? Or do you have alternative ideas that don't involve you going into the city?
I was just gonna start heading towards the.
Yes, Milo. Sorry.
Milo's just gonna start heading towards the train entrance.
All right. As Milo, as you all just kind of sit there pondering, you watch as Milo takes a turn and begins to head towards the train station. The rest of you follow.
And we'll follow along as well.
Same.
Same here.
Alright. So, as you all make your way over to the train station, you're able to easily see, like, the very cold, I guess definitely not activated or turned on train currently sitting at the station with a sign hung up near the train area that says closed until further notice. And if any of you were to get close enough to the train, say the actual train itself, you would see that all the doors and everything has blocks, and like it's very much heavily secured to ensure that no unauthorized personnel would try to operate it. And then, Milo, as you kind of continue your way a little bit past the train station, you go towards what looks to be where the train station is, as well as what appears to be a barn that's near a field close by. As you head to that barn, you go to the back side of it that is hidden from almost all eyes, where you can see that there is a hatch that goes down to what one would assume to be the basement of the barn. And you all see this, of course.
I was gonna open the hatch and go down.
As you open the hatch, you go down into the basement of the barn, where you see some farming implements, some loose hay that's on the ground. It smells very dry and old, and just like if any of you have ever been to a barn, you can pretty much visualize like the smell protruding from it.
Lovely. Take a room.
So, Milo, if you were making a hidden entrance, where would you make it in here?
Well, that's the thing. Unfortunately, I didn't make it.
Aye.
Strud Bosman's made it. However, fucking right there is the entrance.
Oh my God.
Why the fuck are you asking me? It's right there.
Just a glowing neon sign that just says secret entrance.
Close enough. As you kind of like look around, Milo, your eyes immediately go down to the ground where you normally see like a very dusty ground and like disheveled hay that makes it'd be very hard normally for any common person to be able to identify where anything like any secret entrance could possibly be, but you're able to see a very much cleared path through the ground that you follow to a point, as you can see that there was quite a few feet that had traversed this exact path, just kicking dust and hay and buckets and what have you out of the way as you go around the corner, where you can see very much what looks to be a very much a disheveled and destroyed entrance that goes further underground. You see a stone slab that is shattered on the side of the entrance, just on the ground, and stairs going down below.
Swear to God, I'm gonna kill these fuckers. God damn it! Why are they breaking my shit? All right. Anyways, before all of us start heading down there, I'm gonna go down, see if there's anyone down there, that way we know what we're preparing for. If you guys are cool with that.
Hey.
Especially since, like, for you, they'd be less likely to notice you.
That's why I'm saying this, Talos. Thank you.
I'm not against it. As Dallen just sits down, kneeling on his gun.
Very well. I will be right back. And Milo goes down this very secret entrance.
I mean, it's mostly like secret, obviously. Like, if you didn't go into the basement of the barn, but it was more secret before it got revealed and they tore open. It's So, as you make your way down the dark stairs, you're getting close to the bottom, where you can see that there is some faint light up ahead. And as you make your way to the bottom of the stairs, you kind of poke your head around the corner, where you see the majesty of the underground rail station, where it's got some intricate designs. It looks very pretty. Obviously, except for some of the blood that you can see, like, in a few spots around the floor that have not been cleaned up yet. But looking inside, double check, see, because they'd have some idle stuff that they've been doing. Give me a perception check. 23. Yeah, you beat their 15. As you kind of poke your head around the corner, you can see several individuals kind of like being a little stealthy, but not terribly concerned, as they're just kind of moseying about in cloaks. You'd have to say probably roughly 5 individuals. One of them seems to be leaning against the wall near the tunnel entrance with a staff at their side, as they're just kind of looking bored, honestly.
I'm assuming with that 23, I'm realizing this is not my men. This is Maldraxxus's people.
Like, you're able,
okay.
Like, even through some of the faint darkness, they have some like small lights lit up here and there to help them see. You can definitely see like some of the markings of the cult of Maldraxxus on their cloaks, as well as the fact that you recognize their particular color and design, as you currently own one of those. Yeah, as you're like spying at them, like they're not even looking, like actively looking out and around, like they don't see you at all. And with that 23, I'll give you, like, you are able to hear some mutterings from over, as one of the individuals kind of goes up to the one with a staff. He goes, "Do you have any word yet? Anything at all?" I hear, "No, not yet. What I understand, my thralls have made their way through the tunnel, but I've not received word from any of the forces outside of the Citadel that the walls have been breached. So I'm assuming that there are some complications that have arisen that are preventing them from gaining access to the gates. Do we need to send in another contingent? Perhaps you'd like to volunteer?" No. I'm perfectly fine to remain here. I was just saying that maybe we should send someone to go check on the undead forces that we sent down the tunnel. Do you know how long it takes for them to travel? They kind of mosey, you know? They just kind of walk. They're undead. They don't move very quickly. It's going to take them a bit to reach the end of the tunnel. They just kind of get bickering like this.
You know, after hearing that, Milo's gonna activate his Cloak of Invisibility. And he's gonna cast Message on this guy.
Alright.
He's going to sound like Maldraxxus, because Milo would have heard him before. And he's going to tell him to gather his forces
Would he have heard
and go check.
though?
Yes, back in Duskwood.
Like, early on?
Yes.
Yeah, Maldraxxus spoke before he teleported away.
Okay, just very briefly, give me a history check, because that would have been months ago for Milo.
18.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Alright, cool. Going to tell him to gather his forces, everyone that's down there right now, and see what the fuck is going on up ahead, what is taking them so long down there?
Give me a
Deception?
performance check.
Well, first I would have to roll a deception
Yeah,
because
go
of
ahead.
the actor feed.
Then yeah, go ahead. I forgot you had actor.
For 23, because I have advantage on it.
You watch as like he immediately kind of bolts up, staff in hand, and goes like is looking very scared and alerted as the other guy goes, "Whoa, what's going on?" As like you'll hear a message goes, "My Lord Maldraxxus, of course, I will assemble all of us immediately, and we will go investigate right away." As he looks around and goes, "Come on, all you maggots, into the tunnel! Our Lord has spoken! We need to go see what's going on at the other end of this tunnel." As a couple of them all kind of look around and go, okay. As they all kind of go down and go, do we have enough supplies? It doesn't matter. Our Lord has demanded that we expedite our processes here. He wants that wall down now. We must do what he bids, as he is trying to work with this Thragon so we can control this side of the continent. Yes, sir, as they all start to, like, clamber down the tunnel. The one with the staff kind of straightens up his clothes and goes, whew, okay. And he steps down and follows at the rear of the group. Leaving the station empty.
Milo's gonna wait like 5 minutes before doing anything, just make sure that they're actually gone, and then head back up to the rest of the party.
Yeah, as you kind of go over near the entrance and listen, like with your visibility up, you'll hear the echoing of their footsteps get fainter and fainter until, after a good 5 minutes walking, it's like you can tell that they are definitely on their way. And so, I forget, how long does that cloak work for again?
An hour.
An hour, okay. So yeah, obviously.
Well, up to an hour. But yes, after they all pass and Milo knows that they're gone, he's going to unactivate it. No need to waste it. And Milo pops up to the rest of the party. Alright, job's done. We can go.
Hey, sounds good.
Hell yeah.
As you all head down the stairs, and Dane and Talos, you're greeted with a familiar sight that you saw before of the empty rail station. You see some of the remnants of blood around, and it's clear that, like before, when Strataba's men were in control of this station, that there was some sort of maintenance being done, but you can see that things are starting to get dirty and grimy down here compared to what you saw previously. And if you look, you would also notice that the bodies that were left on the rails themselves are also gone at this point.
Guessing that the enemy's been here. Damn.
Yeah, actually, speaking of them, let's not head towards Starfall through this train tunnel for a while. I just sent all of them kind of down that way.
What?
So they were lingering around down here.
They were, yes. And yes, I did send them down there, but there's a fucking probably 3-foot wall down there by now. You got nothing to worry about. It's only 5 guys anyway.
Hey, and we know it's like a couple days walk down there, so
Exactly.
Oh, we should. That's true. Hopefully it will hold.
aye, but best not to linger here too long. We don't want them doubling back.
Agreed.
I doubt they're gonna be coming back here anytime soon. Not until they realize that there's a 3-foot thick stone wall.
That's fair. Guess you're being mischievous as well.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Alright, so,
Anything we could still at least send a message to our allies, let them know that the full enemies are still down there in that tunnel.
Do you have a way of contacting them?
See, Talos is trying to think if he remembers if he had a sending stone to anybody that's currently at the Citadel.
that'll be up for you to keeping track of.
Yep.
And so, Milo, you know from here, you have the tunnel that leads where you came from that leads back to the train station. You also know that there's a tunnel that leads to the port, like the port of La Montagne, for easier, quick access to smuggling, or to get quick, easy access to a ship. You also know that there's the entrance that leads to the Comet's landing of Port La Montagne.
Well, no reason to sit here in this fucking dingy place. What the fuck have they been doing over here? Why is it all fucking dirty? Let's head up to the tavern.
Hey,
At least stay there for the night.
hey. Could use a drink as well.
You and me both.
I haven't had a drink in a while.
As Dallen thinks about like the last 3 weeks he's been imprisoned.
I'm starting to get shivers from not being able to smoke his herbs.
Though he doesn't need the herbs quite as much this time around, since he no longer has any other spirits trying to take hold of his body.
Yes, but he does it recreationally now.
Yes.
He's self-medicated.
Like, he doesn't need to take it, but he wants to take it.
I don't need to take it, but
As you head up the stairs towards the secret entrance to the basement of the Comet's landing, you are greeted to a door that does not want to open for you, Milo.
Milo's gonna cast message on fucking fuck, what's her name? Thara? Miss Francis?
What's the distance on message?
120 feet.
Okay, that'd be close enough.
Ilitharia Francis.
The message requires you to just know them, not actually see them.
Yes. Know them and know the general direction of where they are. And considering that it's relatively midday, I'd assume.
Yeah, it's
that
getting
correct?
close to evening, where she would likely be maintaining the tavern itself.
Exactly. So Milo's just gonna point in that general direction, and then hopefully can cast it.
Just double checking its wording just to make sure that there's nothing complicating. Okay, range is 120 feet. You point a finger toward a creature within range. Toward a creature within range and whisper a message. There you go. Only target hears a message you can play with a whisper that only you can hear. You can cast this spell through solid objects if you're familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier. Magical silence, a foot of stone, a 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood blocks the spell. That might complicate things, because there may be well over 3 feet worth of wood in the way. Between the entrance, the floor, and possibly maybe even a wall that could be blocking. Plus, you do know that there is at least between the... Because, like, the entrance, obviously, is stone. There's a stone door that goes through the basement, and then, like, wood before it gets up to the tavern itself.
However, also later on, it does say the spell doesn't have to follow a straight line and can travel freely around corners or through openings.
It does indeed.
So I'm assuming this stone slab above me is sealed tight, and then from there, there's plenty of openings to go around corners to the target.
Give me an Arcana check.
God damn it. 19?
Alright. I will allow it with that check, as you were able to, like, push through the stone, and you kind of weave your way. You close your eyes as you kind of mentally envision this place, as you yourself are the message as you travel around until you make connection with an individual. The one that you believe is Eleuthera Francis. What do you say?
Sorry, say that again?
You managed to weave your way through, like, envisioning yourself as the messenger and message itself, as you go, and basically you visualize your way through the passageways up into the kitchen and through the door to an individual standing behind the desk that you believe must be Miss Francis, the tavern keeper.
Miss Francis, we've come to talk about your life's extended warranty.
There's a moment where you can only assume she has jumped and is just looking around and kind of thinks carefully. He goes, Milo, is that you?
Yes, this is. Can you let me in through the fucking entrance now? Fucking can't get up through the secret entrance!
Oh, yes, of course. Let me go find the Strahd mage. He cast some sort of spell to lock it up to keep anything from getting up to the tavern.
Thank you.
And some time will go by, like about roughly maybe 10 to 15-ish minutes, and then those of you that maybe kind of just standing there on the stairs just looking up at the door will notice that the door suddenly seems to look duller all of a sudden, and then you hear a as the door opens, and you see Miss Francis there with an individual in a robe just kind of looking down the stairs. He kind of has his staff aimed at you in a way, just defensively, as well as two other individuals in cloaks. So one of them has a dagger in his hand, just kind of held up, and the other one has a sword just kind of at the ready.
Well, thank you for the welcoming party. Didn't realize I can get held at staff point in my own tavern, but given the circumstances, understandable.
I figure you kind of just set back as Miss Francis goes, "Oh, it is all of you. I was worried that this was some sort of trick. Sorry, I had to bring them just in case."
I mean, if it was a trick, why the fuck would you open it?
Well, it seemed a lot like you, and I'm sure you understand.
We'll talk about this a little bit later. Let's get out of down here at least first.
Yes. Come through. As you all kind of go through, and they close the stone door again, as the mage just kind of waves his staff over it and goes, "Arcane lock!" As you watch as mystical energy envelops the door, and then it goes inert as it looks like a normal door again. Well, a stone wall. As the mage kind of looks at you and goes, "We took the liberty of also going to the entrance to the port and have sealed it as well, per Strahd instructions. Unfortunately,
Thank you, I do appreciate that.
Unfortunately, the few of us that are here, we tried to secure the entrance over at the rail station, but the enemy is there, and they are in force. And since they know very much well about that, and they've destroyed it, we're unable to properly reinforce it at this time."
How much and how quickly would it be for you to fix that?
The door, to create a new locking mechanism and actual like hatch and everything, we'd have to conscript one of Stradavar's workers, but it'd take us several hours at best of uninterrupted work, and even then, it's likely we would need to try and relocate the entrance entirely.
Fix it then. Because the people who are down there are on a very long trek. They will not be returning for at least 4 days. We'll say 3.
He kind of looks over to the other two there with him and kind of nods his head. We'll go get started on securing that entrance. At the very least, we can use it to help slow anything down.
Also, lock it again.
Yes. I'm not sure how well the lock will do, especially since they know the entrance. They may likely try to bash it down. What magic I'll use will hopefully hold, but it won't be a permanent fix.
Yeah, it'll keep them stuck in there for a while.
We'll go get started right away. As they take a turn and you watch as they open up another like stone wall in this basement area you're in as the three of them exit. Well, coming up, you must all be thirsty.
Very much so. Thank you. As Elithira leads you all up to the tavern where you see that there's a decent collection of people. To your eyes, Milo, it's not nearly enough as it should be. There's like a few regulars, but like you don't have the usual business this time of day that you should, especially with how the city is locked up. But you try to ignore that as Elithira just pours you all some drinks. Well, Milo, I will say that business has picked up slightly since the city's locked down. A lot of individuals getting stressed out and needing a drink, though I'm afraid that the establishment across the street has still been taking quite a few of our business. You got any idea why, other than it being, well, you know.
Yes, a gentleman's club, to put it nicely. Honestly, it's boggles the mind. I have some people that come over here after staying the night over there. They say that the escorts there are very lovely, but the one that is in charge of the whole place, there's just something almost magical about her, apparently.
Not really. Did anyone have a description on them?
Well, I mean, obviously, for most of the escorts, they have all sorts of different kinds, like dwarves. They've got obviously some humans.
I'm talking about the main one. I don't need to know about the rest of them.
Yes, her. Well, from what I'm able to get, this one is known as Pesquera. She seems to be human from the descriptions I got. Got some fiery red hair, a very kind of thin, supple body, and honestly, it's strange because I almost get a different description of it. Like, she has basic descriptions, but I don't know if it's just because of the being drunk or otherwise, but the basic descriptions of her almost seem to change on a regular basis. It's unusual. I don't know if it's just because of her makeup or what. Perhaps she has some, I don't know, some stuffings that she puts in here and there to maybe change her appearance. I know lots of women that will generally tend to, fluff themselves up a bit to garner attention, but I don't know, it seems highly unusual. But there's nothing but glowing reviews about her in particular and her services.
Dane, when you guys were here last, you and Treth went over there, right?
Hi.
Know anything about this person, or?
She looks at you and goes,
no,
I don't judge you at all, Master Dwarf. I get the base needs.
Venturing is hard work after all, Dane.
It's your friend from the flask.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just gonna
I was
bring
like,
out,
even his head pops up, like, what?
I'm just gonna bring out the iron flask and just kind of like wobble it side to side. It's like the flask, the flask glass. Yeah, it turns out that's Pesquera.
God fucking damn it! Alright.
Wait, are you telling me that
No
you
wonder
had
she-
a Djinn?
No.
How
No.
was she so magical?
Hey, guys. Hey. Please keep this to yourself. We
That's
won't
fine.
have a discussion anymore. Now the four of us need to head upstairs and talk about this.
Right, at least get a drink to go.
Actually, yeah, can you get 4 drinks for us and then also some food if you don't mind?
Of course. I'll send the food up as soon as it's ready.
Thank you.
Is she actually a Djinn? I've only heard about them in stories.
You know what? She's just a human, trapped in a bottle. That's all you need to know. Okay?
Oh, alright.
Talos is just rubbing his eyes, like.
Melissa's gonna pass Miss Francis your 10 platinum pieces to just not
Shut her
question
up.
this anymore.
She takes it, put it into her apron, and just down her head and go, I have lots of customers, hungry and thirsty. I better get back to. I'll send your food up as soon as it's ready.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Miss Francis, before you go, sorry. I don't think you've ever actually met Dallen.
I don't believe I have. Hello, sir. I'm Ilithera Francis. I'm in charge of the commerce landing here in Port Lamontagne.
Hello. Like I said, I'm Dallen.
You can see Dallen as you look at her. She is definitely a half-elf. You can definitely see based on her clothes, accessories, and mirror that she's definitely a tavern keeper. She has light skin, golden almond-shaped eyes, short, wavy silver hair, and she's definitely a decent aged adult. You'd have to say that she's, by appearance, the only other half-elf that you really know is Varys, and she definitely seems to be a little older than he is.
In advance, I'm sorry for. Well, this is an advance. I'm sorry for everything's happening around the castles, the Port Lamontagne.
Oh, it's pish posh. After all, I mean, this is just the way the world is. Sometimes some armies will make their way through, and we have to close up the port to keep the civilians safe. It's just what happens. Usually it's good for business, but, well, these are weird days, it seems.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, I'll wait until you're done.
I think we were done.
Very well.
Yeah, he's not gonna go any further into that.
Understood, got it. Miss Francis, that actually reminded me. Are they still allowing ships into the port or no?
I believe they are, but from what I've been hearing from a few of the sailors, they're doing a bit of some sort of quarantine where just before they're able to dock, they have a few smaller ships that go out there and they kind of monitor them for about a day before they're able to actually come in properly. And they're heavily guarded to ensure that nothing's trying to sneak off the ships or under the water to gain access to the port.
Okay.
It's slowed down a lot of the shipping business as well, but they understand how much, being this is a port city, how important business is to ensuring that we don't starve here during the occupation just up north. And so they're trying to keep things moving as best as they can.
Alright, thank you. Might have to have a word with the harbor master later tonight. After we discuss what we need to discuss.
And so you all head up back to your rooms, whereas you all kind of get settled. After several minutes, a knock on the door will be heard as you all are delivered some plates of steak, some baked potatoes, as well as another round of drinks as your previous preference. And your choice
Talos
will
is
be-
definitely
Always-
eyeballing that steak.
You also get your choice of broccoli, corn, or yam. And so as you all kind of dig into that, Milo's somewhat pacing a little bit in thought.
What's up, Milo? You alright?
No, I'm not alright.
God,
Fucking-
devil.
Last in the Flask, who tried murdering me, is now fucking up my business here in Port LaMontagne.
There was a lady who tried killing you?
Uh,
A
more
devil.
like seducing me and sucking the life force out of me, and no, that's not an innuendo. At least from what I was told and later found out.
I'm not one to judge for others' preferences.
First off, fuck you.
Like Talos is like he's like doing that like where he's the angrily drinking, like he's drinking, but he's clearly like he wants to go over there. At the same time, he knows we can't afford to cause problems right now.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna go check up on Sophia and her dad. Make sure they're okay.
Very well.
Fair enough.
Alright. If you guys need help, well,
Keep your,
I would say
keep your-
message me, but
keep your eyes peeled while you're in the city. You know the enemy's here.
And they're
I really think
annoyingly
they
crafty.
infiltrated?
Oh, aye, they're in the city.
Okay, that's not good. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. Would any of you guys like to join me, or y'all just staying here?
I've got a couple errands myself to run before tomorrow.
Understandable. Alright, time to go off. As Dallen gets up, he's drinking a bottle of whiskey, he just downs it, and gets up and starts walking away.
Give me a Constitution
bottle.
saving throw.
Out a whole dang bottle.
He's like, alright,
You know
go. Immediately collapses on the ground.
You know, Dallen, you feel really inspired all of a sudden.
With the 14, you get a really good buzz, but
What? No!
you do not suffer the poison condition.
Oh, okay.
Did you think that was all for nothing?
I was trying to give you bardic inspiration, but in case it
Oh,
didn't work.
Understandable. Especially because I decided to down a whole bottle.
Yes.
Mispronounced what I was going to say, but I guess he's down a bottle of whiskey now. I meant to say a glass of whiskey.
That's what I was
Yes.
all like, you need to roll for that, since you're doing a whole bottle.
Alright. So,
Set change.
oh, is it nighttime?
No, we're in Port LaMontagne, not Starfall. I mean, also, it would be nighttime, but...
Alright, Dallen's gonna walk up to the, well, Depends on, do you want me to go first? Or do you want any of them to go first for what they're doing?
You could roll initiative.
I was gonna say Dallen can go first, but now I have to prove something. God damn it!
Ah! Man, you all are in sequential order with that. Okay, so, Dallen. You leave the tavern as the sun has set and night is... night seems to become quicker as you know that it's definitely in fall at this point. There's a cool breeze in the air. You know that winter is not too far off. You kind of get your cloak in, bring it closer to you. Where are you off to?
Dallen's gonna walk up to the first guard he sees. And, he's gonna ask, he's gonna ask him, like, hey, do you know a... do you know Sophia, the Woodman's daughter?
He kind of looks at you straight and goes, Sir, do you have any idea how many Sophias I could know? We have a couple thousand people within the city walls and a few, 1,000 outside. You're gonna have to be more specific.
I've taken terrible notes for names early on. I think her last name is Smith.
Roll a history check.
Fuck. Hopefully Dallen isn't as bad at remembering names as I am. Oh, thank God.
Well, it has been a couple of months. You haven't been here for a while.
Okay, let me go double check here. 16. As you kind of think back on it, you remember that the woodcutter's name was Rowan Dunham, and his daughter was Sophia Dunham.
I was way off.
Yeah, let's go with Smith, the most common last name in the history of the world.
Well, what I was looking for was, I saw Sophia, I saw Bonuk, the half-orc wizard who almost killed me, and I was like, oh, I met Rowan beforehand, so I gotta look before Bonuk. So I go over, he's like, oh, that's the only other name other than Bonuk is Aelred Smith.
Aelred Smith,
Yes.
the painter, the one that Dallen was attempting to...
That's who it fucking was. God damn it.
Yeah,
I forgot that guy's name too.
He was the professional artist in the Market District.
I still need to go talk to that man too, so I guess I'm doing that too now. I'm going to... So, the woodman, Rowan Dunham, and his daughter, Sophia Dunham.
Okay,
Do you know them?
Another roll.
Please don't be a dud.
Dunham. I believe I'm familiar with a family that lived just outside the eastern walls by the last name of Dunham. There was a wood chopper. He's one of the woodcutters, right?
Yes, I helped find his daughter. I'm trying to check up on them, see how they're doing. All this happening right now.
Well, from my understand, there's no more outside of the walls. We brought everyone in. They would have had to find places to stay. A majority of the taverns all across are absolutely full, but I know that also the council has also taken to offering prizes for individuals within the city to take in some of the refugees, such as gold, as food, and other supplies as prizes for taking in some of these people that are known to have homes within the city.
Do you know if anyone's keeping a record, so I might be able to find them?
Kind of scratches his head a little bit. Why do you want to find these people so badly? Do they owe you money or something?
No, I just told you I helped save his daughter from slavery. I'm trying to check up on them, especially because my brother was good friends with them, with the daughter.
Oh, I gotcha. I suppose you can head to the barracks. They might have been keeping a track there with the secretary. Although the number of people, it could take a while before they find anything. After all, there was a lot of people we had to file into the city.
Okay. And do you know if the painter Aelred Smith is still over in the Market District?
Oh,
He's still in business? Okay, good.
Imagine he might be at his home at this hour, though. It's quite late.
Shit, I don't know where he lives. All right, I'll just have to wait until tomorrow, till tomorrow morning then.
Unfortunately, that's one I don't have myself either.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your help. I'm gonna head over to the barracks then.
Very good, sir.
I'm gonna be so pissed that they're in the tavern that I just left. Knowing my luck, they probably are in the tavern.
And then, Milo, what are you up to?
As Milo's still in the room, he's just gonna ask, hey, Dane, Talos, I'm gonna head to Harbor Master's office first. Afterwards, I'm most likely gonna go over to the tavern next door. You wanna come back and grab you guys, or you wanna join me or not?
I'll tag along with you.
Talos just like as a silent nod. He's like,
Do you want to come with me to the Harbor Master's office also, or?
Yeah. Down to come on down to the Harbour Master as well.
Very well.
You know, if you'll have me tagging along, that is.
Absolutely.
want me to wait here for the rest of you?
If that's what you wish.
Very
Doesn't matter
well.
to me. Alright then.
So the three of you head down to south towards the shipping district.
Yes.
Alright. So you head south and up the hill as you all make your way through the streets. The streets are still quite busy as there's a lot of people kind of making their way back to their homes. Some of them are making their way to get some drinks at taverns and other places. As you make your way up to the shipping district, you can see that there's still a fair amount of people making their way to and fro this area. As it's very clear that, like, shipping goes on day and night. There's no, like, lull hours when it comes to shipping in Port City. And so you make your way through as you're familiar enough. Milo, you go straight over to the office area of the Dockmaster.
I'm assuming there's some like receptionist rather than just the Dockmaster right there.
Yes, you would be correct. As a young lad in glasses and like going through papers and a very cluttered desk, kind of looks up at you, goes, just one moment, sirs. I will be with you in just one moment. As you watch as he puts a few papers aside and then stands up with another paper and goes over and pins a paper on a board. Which, if you happen to take a look, you can see it's another like a guard job for shipping across the seas to Ravenscrest. Yes, hello there, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Are you here for a job? Are you here to try and ship something out, or are you anticipating something from the port that you have not yet received?
I'm here for the Harbor Master.
Well, Harbour Master. He is a very busy man, mind you. Perhaps there's something that I could help you with.
I need to talk to the Harbor Master.
Persuasion check.
Listen, lad, my name's Milo Highhill. I own a very lucrative business here, as well as several other cities on Dundras. I need to talk to the Harbor Master, please. That is perception. That is also performance, god damn it! Persuasion, there we go, thank
So
you!
many P's.
Fucking
Just kept
Christ.
going up.
So many P's.
And all of them fantastic checks. As this young secretary just kind of, as you bring this all up to him, kind of nervously, he goes, follow me, sir. As he kind of stands up and goes over to the door, and you hear some quick, just like, and you hear a grumpy voice go, "What is it?" Sir, I have a Milo Highhill. He's urgently needing to speak with you. Don't you know I'm busy? Yes, sir. Come in! As you hear some clattering in behind the door, as the secretary opens the door and goes, "Here you go, sir."
Thank you. As Milo will walk in.
You can see is there's a disgruntled-looking man in a blue navy coat. You've seen him before, as you previously have masqueraded as him with using your hat.
No idea what you're talking about.
As he's kind of going about it, he sees you all kind of come in and goes, does he recognize you out of all the people? He does. He kind of looks at you all and goes, "Whoa, this better be..." Wait a minute. Oh, you're Convent's company, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Oi! What are you doing taking up my doorstep this late at night? I wasn't expecting any sort of honored guest to ride on my boat. Come, sit! I'll get you a drink. As he kind of goes over to a cabinet and pulls out a bottle and about 4 glasses. And then he comes over, puts the glasses down, and pours you all drinks before you watch as he takes the bottle, looks at the glass he put for himself, and then he takes the bottle and then puts it right to his lips.
With that perception of 26, do I know what bottle he's pouring? And if it's actually something, classy enough for Milo at this point?
Yeah, you can recognize it as a good, like it's a decent quality bottle of rum. A good quality bottle for the average, for the average trashy sailorman. It's definitely not poisoned or anything. Like it's like, and especially how you see that he's taking a big swig of it from the bottle itself. Like you could do an insight check if you want. Oh yeah, the 17. Like this is a man who is a little overworked at the moment and very stressed out, and was looking for an excuse to get a drink.
Understood.
Well, welcome then. Welcome. What can I do for the esteemed Comage Company?
Sir, as you know, I'm Milo. And as I would hope you know, I have owned Comet's Landing in the city.
Of course. We've received several of your shipping ships from the dock, delivering goods to your location here. Though I will say, if I recall, as he kind of like opens up a cabinet at his drawer and shuffles through, it seems that some of the supplies you've been getting have been a rather smaller quantities of late. Business not going so well for you.
Unfortunately not. However, that situation will hopefully soon be fixed. Anyways, not here on that.
Sorry to hear about that in any case, but always happy to serve you.
So listen, I have a ship coming within the next day or two, the Kraken Skull. It's been here quite frequently, from my understanding.
Goes to another cabinet, and he watches he kind of slides with his chair over, and then opens a couple cabinets, and then flips through with his finger, pulls out a folder. Ah, yes, yes, yes. The Kraken's Skull, captained by Captain Keth Barbosa, aye?
That is correct.
Yes, yes. A very reputable captain, for I understand. Been doing quite a bit of odd jobs, mercenary work, for what I mostly understand. He's one of yours.
Not necessarily one of ours, more so someone who's willing to lend a helping hand when needed.
That makes sense, makes sense. He is a mercenary type, after all.
Yes.
You said we're anticipating his arrival within the next day or so.
Yes, that is correct. And I've heard whispers about some quarantine checks.
Yes, as a way to ensure that nothing gets its way into the city by boat, when requiring all ships that enter the port docks area to remain out in the harbor for at least a few days for monitor, as we send some soldiers within the boats themselves to inspect everything from their cargo to their crew, do some background checks, mind you, see if there aren't any wanted posters or otherwise, look for any signs of, we bring a few clerics on as well to check for undead, and of course, all sorts of checks. We have to maintain upper security for all of the citizens, within as well as by order of the council.
Alright, so I get all that. However, you know, as just as much as anyone, that time is money.
You watch he kind of squints an eye at you, and his eyes kind of flick over to the window. He stands up and he closes the shutters and goes over to the door and kind of locks it. As he goes back to his desk, he goes, well, of course, after all, we're businessmen here.
So, if they happen to get checked before they left their last port, how much do you think that would be, cost-wise?
Well, as he kind of takes out an abacus and flicks through a few times. Well, a pre-check like that, and the amount it usually costs to get a good crew to investigate, that run you about 200 gold for paying all the servants and those that go on board to maintain the security of the city.
Okay. As Milo will kind of quickly open up his coin purse, kind of look through a couple of the coins, and set a bag of 250 gold on the table.
He hears the chinking as he slides the bag towards and kind of puts it into her drawer. As you watch as he takes the folder for the Kraken's skull, as he kind of looks through, he goes, "Oh, would you look at that? It seems that the Kraken's skull has already been pre-approved for arrival. I'll be sure that the men at the port are aware that they're clear to land as soon as they arrive."
I'm so happy we've came to an understanding.
Of course.
Thank you kindly.
Of course. Remember to come to us anytime you have any shipping needs for the shipping of Port La Montagne.
Of course, and next time, am I good to just come back here rather than talk to the gentleman up front?
Of course, for my honored guest, Mr. Highhill, I will welcome you back into my office personally anytime.
Well, cheers, as Milo will pick up the glass and quickly drink it.
Cheers, as he takes the bottle and drinks as well. Now, if you excuse me, gentlemen, I have about 50 other ships that I have to still go through the paperwork with. A good evening to you.
And to you as well, sir.
Good evening as well. Dane's also going to take his drink and then leave with Milo.
Very good. And so, as you're all wrapping up there, Dallen, you're at the desk of the barracks where the guards are, where there's also a secretary there. You would have recognized her from the time you helped turn in the skull of Dread Rogers, all rotten and whatnot as it was. She looks at you and goes, yes, let me look through here. There's a lot of individuals that are taking refuge within the city, but we should hopefully be getting word back shortly here. As a runner kind of comes up to the desk and hands her a note. Yes, here we are. It would seem that Mr. Dunham was given refuge to an individual located kind of on the eastern side of town, somewhat close to the gate. It seems that he didn't have very far to go, but it would appear that this would just be a few blocks south of here, actually, as she kind of hands you her address.
Thank you. As Dallen pull, is there a map on the wall?
Yeah, they'll have kind of like a general map of the city.
Could you point out where this address would be?
Oh, certainly. She gets up and walks over, and she kind of traces along the streets. Right over here. She kind of points, and you can see that it's about southwest of the barracks currently. A short jaunt over.
Thank you. I shall move now. I'll let you get on with your life. As Dallen leaves.
Have a good evening.
You too. Alright, Dallen's gonna go where she pointed on the map.
As you make your way, you can see that there's still quite a few people in the streets, but over here, as you're getting closer towards the port, there's significantly less traffic than there normally would be. But as you kind of make your way... you managed to make it to what looks to be kind of a... it's an average home. Looks to be a little small on the outside and a little run down here and there, but for the most part it seems to be livable. As you take a look at the address you were given on the note and you look up and you see the address posted next to the door, you feel confident that this is indeed the right place.
Alright, as Dallen takes a deep breath and knocks on the door.
As you are listening for a moment, you hear someone go, just a moment, just a moment. The door, you hear a latch, and then the door, as you see a smartly dressed individual. He's got dark skin and brown eyes, and medium-length thinning hair. It's light brown in color. He's got thick sideburns and seems to be just kind of gliding as he opens up the door to you. As he looks over at you, he appears to be about middle-aged human, about 5'9", about 175-ish pounds. As he kind of looks at you and goes, "Can I help you?"
Well,
it's a little late going door to door to sell things, is it not?
Does Dallen really look like a salesman with a mask on his face?
Look, whatever church you're part of, I assure you that I've made all my proper donations, and I will bid you a good night.
Hold on. I am not here to sell you anything or try to get you to join a religion.
His eyes light up suddenly as his mouth goes up. He's like, Perhaps you've heard of my work, and you are here to meet the famous Turner and his incredible cartography skills. I've got maps from all over, as he kind of turns around and he pulls out a bag of rolled up maps and scrolls. Tell me, what fantastic worlds are you looking to see? I've got several different locations here in Dundras that I've cartographed, and of course, I have several sea charts as well. You made this good old man happy.
Oh, Dallen immediately gets very curious. You wouldn't happen to have a map of an island called Vimin, would you?
Vimin? As he kind of, like, sits there and thinks for a moment. Why? As he kind of scrolls through a few. I do believe I have it, as he pulls out a scroll of paper and he kind of unfurls it. Yes. Here we are. This is an island that has a couple mountain peaks on it, correct?
Yes, 3 to be exact.
Yes. See, yep. One there. As he holds it. And, like, has Dallen ever actually seen a map of his home before?
He would have really... Not really. He only started seeing written text once, he got out of his clan. His family his clan did do written text, but they're like stone tablets more so. They didn't really do maps. They did like precise descriptions.
And as you kind of look at this map, and he's starting to give descriptions of this island, like the shape of it feels like it could be correct. It's a little unusual just looking like, because normally you recognize your island at a ground level, but seeing it from the sky, you've never done that before, and it feels surreal just kind of looking at this map. It's kind of goes, it's just like, yes. I did a good once around the island, and I didn't actually go deep inside. I relied on a few of the local descriptions in order to get some of the details of some of the landmarks and some descriptions of some of the trails and some of the paths within it, but from what I understand, it's mostly a barbaric area. Not too many, like, I don't believe there's any big towns or cities in it as well. There's mostly roving tribes and a few ports that one's able to get in and out of. Why? Are you familiar with this place?
I'm from there.
Oh, his eyes seem to glisten a little bit. You don't say. Well, tell me.
Yes, I'm from a clan on the mountains.
That is fantastic. You've made your way all the way here, all to meet me. Oh. He kind of like puts his hand to his chest a little bit. Oh, you do this old man great honor, sir. Tell me, as you have been given this description, would you say that I did it a good honor? Did I do a good job here?
Well, I never really had a map. I got to be able to see a map of my own home. Where I'm from, we didn't really do maps. We did more detailed descriptions on tablets. But I can't tell you because I haven't seen a proper map. I've just seen it from the ground level.
Well, this perhaps might be the first and only proper map of the island that has ever been created. Though it seemed a rather remote location when I found my way over there. Only a few of the locals from some of the mainland nearby, as well as some of the other areas. I go around quite a bit, and I've happened to be sticking around here in Dundras for some time, doing some good cartography work around here. Though I find that this land is incredibly dangerous. There's a lot of wild to it. But I've been having some good luck, and I've managed to cartograph quite a bit of it.
Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous place. I wouldn't really have interacted with the humans there. But each their own, I guess. I guess they were nicer to you.
Well, nice is subjective. Did get a few bruises here and there. I had to prove myself on a couple occasions, and it did help that I had a few bodyguards with me at the time. But nevertheless, this was what I came out with. Now, if you were wanting a copy of this, I could transcribe it. I don't have any spare copies, but come tomorrow, I could get it over to you. Something like this, I'd only charge you about 50 gold.
Well, and Dallen hands him 60 gold instead. I would love that.
I shall definitely get working on it straight away. Would you like to come back here in the morning, or should I have it sent off with a messenger to wherever you're staying?
I'll come back, but first, I heard that there's a man called Rowan Dunham and his daughter staying here.
Oh, well, of course, yes, Mr. Dunham and Miss Dunham. Of course. They made their way to the city, and there was some of the council had been offering some gold rewards for any homeowners that were willing to take in refugees for the period of the quarantine, to ensure that they were well taken care of. And, well, I had plenty of space here, and I did allow them in. They're friends of yours?
Yes, I actually helped Rowan find Sophia.
Oh, are you the Dallen that he's spoken so highly of?
Yes, that would be me.
I had no idea I'd have such an exciting night. Mr. Dunham! Mr. Dunham! What is it? As you hear deep within the house. I have a special visitor for you! You hear some footsteps as a familiar individual makes his way to the entrance of the doorway as he kind of goes, yes, what is it? As he kind of stops in the way, as you recognize those blue eyes and black hair and ripped body of woodcutter, somewhat woodcarver, as he kind of looks at you, goes, Dallen.
Hey, Teach.
A big smile comes to his face. Oh, please, will you come in?
Dallen looks at the actual owner of the house. Is that okay?
Yes. Please come in. I'll get started on that map of yours while you two catch up. As he kind of lets you in and goes off to begin his work in his office. As Rowan kind of gives you a hearty handshake, Dallen, as he goes, it's been some time, Dallen. About a month or two, I think.
Yes, I've been held captive for a few weeks. I was trying to find my brother.
What? As he kind of looks shocked at that.
Yes, that's a long story. It's why you guys are probably held up here, actually.
Goodness, well, I'm glad to see that you managed to get out of that and you're alive and well.
Yes. Fradnir, isn't doing so great.
Fradnir? What has happened to Fradnir? He was doing so well helping keep watch of Sophia, and he was having such a good time here, and then he decided to make his way over to the Citadel to join you and the rest of your company.
Did I ever tell you that I had another person inside of my body?
Not exactly. You had mentioned that you had some things that you were going through, but I assume that it was all just kind of, You're saying that you had some sort of spirit within you?
Yes, it was not a good person. Not a great thing. Not a great person. Seems that being has taken over Fradnir.
By the gods. As he kind of puts his hand to his face. This is terrible news. I'm so sorry to hear that for you. And he kind of looks over to a bedroom. I don't know if we should tell Sophia. She's had a rough time of it as it is.
Yeah, I don't think we should either. I came to check up on you since I was in the neighborhood.
Oh, I'm very glad that you did. Very happy to see you, and I'm sure Sophia would be as well. She's resting in there currently. She's doing much better since she returned from Anar Dracul. one of the reasons why Fradnir felt comfortable enough to go to the Citadel is that she seemed to have made enough progress that he felt that he wasn't needed to be here anymore to protect her.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid he's in a bad situation because of me, so I think I'm gonna get him better. Oh, sorry, 1 second. It's not something. Sorry about that.
You're all good.
So, yeah, I'm gonna make him better. I just need to find him first.
Absolutely. Well, bond of family is very strong. And clearly when, you were with me, it didn't seem as if whatever this dark spirit that possessed you didn't seem to be strong enough to, take permanent hold over you. Perhaps the same could be said for Fradnir. Or whatever this is that's holding him. Maybe if you be there and you be a good, strong presence for him, he might be able to push through and return back to a sense of strong normalcy.
I hope so too. There's a group of people who aren't going to help him, but instead do something worse, and I went to get to him before them.
Absolutely.
As Dallen looks very scared.
Hey, Dallen, it's gonna be okay. From all the adventures that you told me, and especially with Fradnir, and you told me back in Anar Dracul, you're a strong sort. If anyone is able to save their own brother, I can see no better contender than you. Imagine if you're doing everything you can, your brother has the best chance at making it through this.
Yes, well, we're on our way back over to Anar Dracul. I was hoping never to go back there myself, but it has to be done.
There? Is that where your brother has gone?
No, we need an elemental for the siege.
He kind of blinks a couple times. I'm not going to even pretend to know what that is or what purpose it may serve, but I will wish you good luck.
Yes. Well, it's nice to see that you all are in good health.
Yes,
I just...
I will say that, along with the fact that, obviously cutting wood is still business as ever, but I've been taking some of my free time in scraps, and I've been, it's kind of thanks to, your encouragement, I've gotten back to a bit of wood carving again, and I've been making some small stuff I've been selling on the side for some, silver pieces, and been making a little bit extra money from it.
That's good to hear.
Since I haven't had the need to spend my what I've been collecting to go after Sophia myself, I've instead been investing that into helping improve her life and giving her the best chance that she can.
Nice. Well, unfortunately, I haven't had much time to work on my own wood carving, given what's been going on. I have been working on this gun handle, though, but it's just the beginnings of it.
You show him?
Yes, it was the orangey wood that he decided to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
The Yule?
The U? Like Y-E-W?
Yeah, the U. Yes, I believe it was the U wood.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of looks at it and goes, you would. You know, from what I always understood, you would had a special connection to the arcane. I know that there's a lot of there were a lot of wizards and mages that would oftentimes go for you wood to craft into wands and staffs, as it seemed to somehow harness the weave better than most other materials. Never actually understood why.
Neither do I, but all I know is this has been a pretty hard canvas to work on.
It is a very hardy wood, but once completed, it will be magnificent.
Yes, well, I'll let you get back to it. Just wanted to make sure you all were doing fine, knowing that there's been everyone had to get into Port Lamontagne. Tell Sophia I said hi. I'm probably gonna show up tomorrow morning, but just in case.
She will probably be awake by then, and I'm sure she'll be more than happy to see you. But thank you for stopping by. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes. As Dallen moves to shake his hand and leave.
He shakes it heartily as you head out, and he closes the door behind you as you make your way back to the tavern. A few escorts give you some ways as you stand in front of Celestial Delights. As one in particular looks at you, Dane, and goes, "Well, well, come back. Just couldn't resist. Come with me, and I'll give you a night you won't soon forget."
I appreciate the offer, but unfortunately here on business.
Oh, you're always here on business.
I'm busy dwarf, unfortunately. Maybe one day.
I could be your business. Come.
You had some fun here last time you were here, Dane. I know before I was giving you a hard time about it, but maybe I should be concerned about you.
Milo, I have a stick with your name on it if you continue.
Listen, with you being here, I don't want that stick very much. Thank you. Not into that.
How about you? You want to take a ride on the gnome side? As a young gnomish lady kind of comes up to you, Milo.
No thanks. Fuck, what was her name? Looking for the...
Mascara.
Praskira.
Ooh, Praskira. You'll find her inside. Good luck getting in, though. She's got quite the busy schedule. And if you don't get in, come back out here and give me a tap on the shoulder. I'll give
It's
you
alright.
quite a time.
Dan, you know who she would love to meet? Namfoodle.
Are you really wanting to put Namfoodle down here?
Not really, but it's an entertaining thought.
Oh, aye, but I can see at least 3 things happening. 1, he burns the place to the ground. 2, he ends up staying here. Or 3, we're gonna have a bunch of little Namfoodle. We're gonna have a bunch of little Namfoodles running around.
It's just be praised. I did not think about that third option. Let's hope and pray that that third option does not come into fruition.
One Namfoodle is already a handful as is.
Yes.
Now, imagine you training up a bunch of little ones.
So Dane, Milo, and Talos all enter the Celestial Delights.
Hi.
As you enter in, you can see a lot of red satin and drinks, individuals going around, lots of escorts, and a lot of gentlemen and women that are talking to their escorts and like making some small talk and like getting intimate as some of them are being led, like escorts are leading up to rooms within this brothel. As there is of course a desk where there's a small line of individuals leading up to this lady that's up there just taking names and making keeping the work running.
Milo will head up to her very reluctantly, and before he does that, Milo will, as discreetly as possible, take off his wedding ring.
Sleight of hand. Oh yeah, just so there's a ring there, and suddenly there isn't a ring there. Anyone that would be paying attention would not notice. And as you go through a few people in the line as they finish up, as you eventually kind of make it to her, and she goes, "Hello, yes, welcome to Celestial Delights, where we'll take care of you as well as the divines themselves. Who would you like to escort you tonight?"
I'd like to see Priscilla, as Milo will set a pouch of, or kind of slide over 5 platinum pieces.
I assume you mean Priscilla, the owner?
Yes. Yes, please.
Kind of
Sooner rather than later.
It might be difficult. She's already got a pretty full night. She kind of flips through a book. Yes, I believe I might have an opening for her in about 3 days, if that works for you.
You know, it'd be a real shame if there was suddenly just an opening.
If I might inquire, would you be able to let her know that Dane Blackspire is here? Might
Kind of cocks her head at you a little bit and looks and goes, "Let me go check in with her real quick." As she kind of stands up and heads up the stairs.
Thank you for that, Dane. I was not really wanting to give more money away to this place than I had to.
No, that's fair.
She hadn't
Plus,
taken
I know
your
she's
platinum yet, by the way.
Very quickly take that back.
After a few minutes, you watch as she comes down, led behind by Priscilla, a fiery redhead human with like some strong eyes and a very very beautiful physique, kind of going down in a long red satin dress. As she clears the stairs, she kind of stops, her eyes set on you, Dane, first with a smile, and then looks over at you, Milo, and the smile kind of goes down to a straight face. As she kind of continues behind the secretary, as the secretary goes to the desk and goes, "She decided she would have come down to see you, Dane, and that's enough, dear." She kind of puts her hand up. "Hello, Dane. Good to see you again. Wasn't expecting to see you again so soon."
Alright, Biscuita. And on business, so
Indeed,
decided
she
to
kind of
make an
eyes over
appearance.
to Talos and over to Milo. "I've been expecting you. Dear, delay my schedule for the next 30 to 40 minutes. I'm going to be busy with these 3. And she kind of her eyes flick to all of you. The secretary goes, "Oh, 3 of them at once? Ma'am, you are an inspiration. Of course, I'll hold your appointments." As she writes a few notes. Biscuita kind of gives a seductive wave of her finger towards her. It's like, "Follow me, boys."
Talos has kind of have most of his feet, like himself, kind of covered with a hood cloak that he has, like his desert cloak, kind of to cover most of more defining things of him. But
She goes to the head
Miles got-
upstairs.
Milo's gonna follow behind Talos, and then as he's kind of like walking up the stairs, quickly pull the out of his head and be like, "Oh my god, is that Talos Jax?"
Ow! That was loud. I gotta change my thing on my headset real quick. Like that was real
Sorry.
loud on my side. No, it's my settings on my. I have a new headset, so it has that thing with adjusted settings. So
There's a few audible gasps as a few people kind of look over and you hear some murmuring like, Tyler Shax, isn't he one of the, like the main people from Comet's Company? Ooh, this place is good enough for Comet's Company? Oh, I knew I'd put my money in a good place. And then just all sorts of just murmuring and talking now as word spreads.
I think you just lost. I murmurs like I think you just lost more money from your locations.
Oh, Talos is going with Pisquera? Man, that guy's lucky.
You know, little Herm profits for a little bit more embarrassment for you. I'll take it.
Talos just grunts and continues on.
As Pisquera kind of like coos down above, he's like, you boys kept me waiting for so long. I was expecting you some time ago. How dare you keep a lady waiting?
Talos isn't saying anything at the moment. He's just like very quiet.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to be so bold into setting up shop right across the street from me.
Well, you know, I just absolutely knew that this was a great location. Now, please, she opens up a door. Come into my office, and I'll take good care of you all. And she has with a very sweet smile as, like, do you all enter? I'm assuming all of you enter, or no?
Talos is gonna enter, but he's very much like ready to like. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna enter, but you may not. But it's kind of that air of try anything and you're not gonna like the results.
And Dane as well?
Yeah, Dane's also going to enter.
Alright, and Milo, I assume you're following along with your allies?
Milo will wait a bit, gesture for Priscilla to enter first. After all, it is very rude for a gentleman to walk in front of a lady like that.
Excuse you, and I go, why, thank you. She goes in and enters the room. She kind of glides her way over to her desk.
And before Milo actually enters, he's going to make sure that this door does not lock or anything, where they're trapped in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She, like, moves her way to the desk and away from the door, allowing you to close it. So you have full control of it, maintaining it being unlocked. As she kind of leans at her desk and looks at you all and goes, now, boys, there's no need to whip anything out.
He's just staring.
I kind of figured when I had my intimate night with Dane over there that I would be expecting you all on my doorstep.
So that's what I smelled.
Yes.
Inferno. From the infernal realms.
And this room is very thick with that scent, that feeling for both you, Dane, and you, Talos.
Yeah.
Yes, you've got me pegged correctly. As she kind of waves her hand and her body transforms into the familiar sight of the succubus that you saw back in Anar Dracul. You have to forgive me, Milo, but our intimate moment we shared back in Anar Dracul was one of passion, not of any malice or anything. I was very, very hungry, and, well, after all, I couldn't go after these two strapping men at the time. They were too bright for me to try and garner any sort of sustenance out of. I will say,
Listen.
though, I definitely didn't appreciate the way we parted. It was it left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth, and, well, I may have been a little angry when I decided that when I came here to Port La Montaigne to not only get sustenance, but, well, it just sort of worked out. There was a place across the street from a tavern I learned that you owned, and I figured, well, I could get back at you for hurting me so, and by hurting what you cared about. But after speaking with Dane, I've certainly been having second thoughts about that.
Can I be honest with you?
Of course, after all, I've been nothing but honest with you since you got here.
Since I got here, beforehand you have not been with me.
Which is very fair. Like I said before, I was more brought on by passion and the need to feed than anything. I was a little blinded by my hunger. But strangely enough, for that first hour after I exited your bottle, Dane, it felt strangely odd. I didn't quite feel like myself. Don't quite understand why. Anyway. She turns her gaze to you, Milo.
Listen, you've had your fill. What would it take for you to just leave?
Leave the city entirely?
Dundras.
That is certainly a hard ask. After all, I've garnered quite the reputation here in Port La Montaigne. I have people all the way from Lancaster and beyond, and even Antiva, that come here specifically to be serviced by me and my girls. And boys.
Yes, but it would be a real shame if they knew that you were a succubus.
You'd be surprised how many that turns people on, dear, but...
And what of the orders over in the capital? I'm certain there are a few of my kin and clans that would be very interested to know that a succubus has opened up shop in city.
Let alone even just here in Port La Montaigne. I don't think the city would be well respected after harboring a succubus.
You might be right, dear. I do quite like this city, though. It's got such a good outlet for so many. And mind you, I only take just enough to feed myself, and I don't actually kill or harm anyone anymore. After all, that would be bad.
Kinda hurt me last time.
Like I said, I was starving at the time, and I was playing a little rougher than I normally would. But I do understand that, being so close in proximity to your business, I do believe I have more than paid you back in kind for what you did to me. I would be willing to relocate to another part of the city and draw away some of my business and allow yours to resume as such. But I would be willing to offer you, or any of you, perhaps something more if you're interested.
Go on. As Milo says very reluctantly.
Well, if there's, perhaps if any of you, she kind of eyes over to Talos Dane, perhaps not you two, but as for you, Milo, I do know that you're a man of many talents, and, well, perhaps if you or someone else that you know of may be looking to perhaps do more in this world. Well, thanks to this little business venture of mine, I have grown significantly stronger. And I'd be willing to share some of that strength. If one is interested. This gives you a wink.
Sorry, when it comes to this, I'm very slow. Can you just explain what you're trying to get at? Very...
She's wanting to offer you a deal. A devil's deal.
Yes, Talos, thank you. I'm meaning more of the deal intricacies. What exactly are you trying to offer me?
Well, I mean, we'd have to go over a proper contract, mind you, and all that, but nevertheless, I'm willing to make you or anyone that you know a warlock of mine. Give you mass power, the ability to do what you want, seduce who you want, or get rid of who you want. Share my power. Well, of course, you know, the simple costs of one's soul, of course. After all, you know what it is that me and my kind deal in.
As tempting as that offer sounds, I'm gonna have to say no.
Yes, I figured you probably wouldn't be the one to take it, but if you can think of anyone that might be interested, send it to Pesquera. They'll be well taken care of, mind you, and, well, we would be able to help each other out so much. Dane and Talos, you can do a religion check real quick.
Yeah, right now I'm pretty sure Talos is like... Let's see, where's the religion?
A 21. You definitely know that she's essentially offering to become a patron for someone or anyone. Obviously.
Oh, Dane.
To be honest, that actually makes a lot of sense for Dane.
Like, you've never really experienced warlocks or, like, your family, like, and the dwarves. You don't get generally a whole lot of these devils and demons that tend to try and, like, barter souls for power. This is all very unusual, and you're having a difficult time following this.
Yeah, and also since Dane follows the ancestors and not any of the established gods or goddesses, he doesn't really care for any of it either. He's just like, eh.
Talos is like, he doesn't want to cause a scene, but the same part of him is like, I should be smiting you right now. I really should.
I'll also give that 21 religion check there, Talos, that this, like, this sort of deal seems a little unorthodox for a succubus, because what you best understand, like, succubuses are usually kind of a, like, they're still powerful, but they're more of a lesser kind of, like, devil. As far as you're aware, like, they shouldn't have extra power to spare to, like, offer to other people.
Quite surprised you're actually offering such a deal.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that task you a bit much?
Well, with the clientele I get around here, like I said, I've grown quite a bit more powerful of late. Which gives you kind of a sickly sweet smile. The truth of the matter is, though, that I've long been separated from Asmodeus and some of the other rulers of the Nine Hells so long that I believe I've kind of left their sight for a bit. It kind of gives you a mischievous grin. Let's just say that I'm trying to forge my own path right
Talos is gonna take a moment, like a sad moment to kind of like sense with Bahamut's will and see what if. Oh, sorry, I think I clicked something. No, good, I didn't. Would that be another religion check to like a sense of like what like Bahamut's will on what should be what best course of action to take with this she demon?
Yeah, you can do a quick religion check here. An 18. You know that obviously, like, succubuses, incubuses, like, they're inhabitants of the lower planes. You generally know that they are always evil. But when it comes to succubuses and their alternative form of incubuses, you know they generally tend to be more of a neutral sense rather than a lawful or a chaotic side. So, yes, they are evil, but they don't normally seem to lean towards trying to be more of the lawful side, nor are they try to be more of the chaotic side. They seem to tend to...
Middle road.
Yeah, they're middle of the road. You know that they take to trying to corrupt mortals and they try to normally get one's soul, but not any formal pledge or contract. They tend to like try to corrupt creatures completely in a way that they basically try to ensure that the victim's souls belongs to them through unvirtuous means. And normally, traditionally, you know that succubuses will tend to try and corrupt a victim so much that once they kill it, their tainted soul descends down to the lower planes to go to like Asmodeus or perhaps some Rakshasas, Yugoloths, like anyone that can make use of such a soul. And that in turn helps ensure that the succubus remains alive, as they won't get hunted down for not doing their job. You know that obviously Bahamut, he doesn't tolerate evil, and being a fiend, succubus, incubus, they would definitely fall under your hammer.
Yeah. Talos is like, his hand's pretty much gripped onto his blade right now, just like he knows that he should, but at the same time he knows that there's like the consequence that might occur by doing so, especially in like an area like this.
Well, since you aren't looking to make that sort of deal, Milo, I would be willing to relocate my services, but it will take a little bit of time. After all, I do have quite a few individuals that are relying on me for their livelihood at the moment. I'm sure you understand, being a businessman yourself, it's going to take a little bit of time to dismantle, unless I risk harming more people than otherwise.
I know that your business is quite lucrative, and I understand that. But I'm sure with that, there's been some unpleasant customers, more so than pleasant ones. Is that a fair statement to assume?
It kind of gives you a bit of a mischievous grin. Oh yes, but they're not usually problems for very long.
How about I make you a deal instead?
Her eyebrow cocks a little bit.
How about rather than just kicking you out, you downsize a little bit, and perhaps maybe there's a bit of a more secretive area in Comet's Landing.
She kind of leans over her desk a little bit. Are you perhaps insinuating that we kind of go into a bit of a partnership.
Of the sorts, yes. However, I'm not gonna sign any contract that you write. I'll be writing it.
I suppose that's fair. To be honest, I would have to get a friend to write any contracts for me anyway. I've honestly never been much one for writing contracts. She kind of leans back a little bit and goes, so, perhaps if I'm understanding this correctly, you are wishing for a bit of an absorption. Celestial Delights gets absorbed by Comet's landing, and as a result, it's all of its employees are allowed to spread out to the different Comet's landings across the different ports, and they get well taken care of, and the Comet's landing gets itself a little bit more money as a result.
Not quite what I had in mind.
Just to one Comet's landing then? Or...
Supposedly, the business randomly shut down. At least here. However, there might be some openings up in the Comet's Landing here in Port La Montaigne. You have to downsize a little bit, but in doing so, you'd also only probably raise your rates a little bit as well. Get rid of the riffraff.
Fingers kind of twirl a little like letter opener on the desk. Your eyes kind of flick over to Dane and Talos a little bit and back to you. I suppose I'd be willing to make that sort of arrangement. After all, for as powerful as I've certainly become, I still have a few scars, a few love taps and kisses left by you and Talos over there. And she kind of looks over at you, Talos. She kind of does a little bit of a kissy lips for a moment.
Just a growl comes out of from Talos. It's like I want to, but I'm like, it's like Talos really wants to, but at the same time he's like controlling that urge of like, it's like control.
I do like how you've trained your dogs. They're so well behaved.
It's just going to raise an eyebrow.
Well, I suppose that you can say that there's been a sighting of rats in the kitchen, and unfortunately that means that we're going to have to be temporarily shut down for some pest control. In that time, I suppose we'll have to try and reorganize it a little bit, and we might have to do some slight demolishing and downward work on trying to make our business a little more marketable. Perhaps instead of just offering food and drink, we can just offer escort services. And then I suppose then at that point, those that are wanting a good drink and food would have to go over to a nearby tavern, like the Comet's Landing.
But why spend the rent for 2 buildings when I'm sure I could find space in my current building and you just move over there?
My, that sounds as if we could, perhaps, by doing so, perhaps allow the escorts to keep a little more of the profits, which certainly would be a benefit for them.
And in turn, keeping more profits for us.
And I, of course, would still be allowed to offer my services to those that seek it, yes?
Considering that you're the most sought after here, I'd be a fool to say no.
He gives a very lovely smile. Well, I must say, you are the shrewd kind of businessman that I do get quite a few of them coming through my door. They don't all have quite half the head as you do. I'll get started on the details, and I'll allow you to write up that contract, and we can make it more official.
Very well. New beginnings.
Indeed, in a more profitable future. I do appreciate you all not coming here to try to outright send me back to the Hells. That would be a very uncomfortable experience. Because as you imagine, dear Dane, I can see in your eyes that you don't quite seem to understand a lot of this, but I know that you tell us. You understand that probably why you haven't done anything is that if you tried to smite me here, well, I'd be able to return back after some time, very angry. After all, you'd have to travel with me to the Hells in order to get rid of me completely.
Miles just snorts. He's like very grumpy snort. Like,
Oh, he kind of gives a slight giggle. Well, this evening has certainly turned out a little different than I expected it would. I look forward to seeing you very soon, Milo.
Absolutely. And I'll do my best to make sure you don't have to see them, unless you really want to.
I will say that I would consider them the forbidden fruit. Delicious but deadly. She kind of, like, her tongue kind of licks her lips a little bit. And again, terribly sorry about before. I was not in my right proper mind. No hard feelings as she kind of holds her hand up to you, Milo.
I wish you would have just asked, but no hard feelings. Milo does not go to shake her hand, though.
She nods and goes, Well, as working together, any major decisions that I would have to make, I'll be sure to run by you first. Here is to a more profitable, and lovely and delicious future. And again,
Absolutely.
do you have anyone that's interested in perhaps getting some magical powers? Definitely send them my way. I imagine it would be a boon to you and your company.
I might know one guy, but I think he's a little indisposed at the moment, so when he's ready, I'll send him your way.
She gives a very lovely, like, happy smile. That would be lovely. More individuals that will come to me to work together. The more I could offer, and the better services I could provide. And she kind of goes over and opens up the door. Now, I must get back to my patrons.
Of course. After you, gents.
Aye. Dame will give a slight nod and then head on out.
As you kind of head out, she'll kind of take her 2 fingers to her lips and blow it towards you.
Alice doesn't even look at her way. It's just like,
Give me a perception check, Talos.
1 sec.
With
Saying get this
advantage.
thing with perception.
You feel a little tickling at your rear, and as you kind of your eyes flick back, you watch as a tail like goes from your back end and kind of swishes seductively behind her as she gives you a wink.
He is very much put off.
As you all head back down the tavern, and well, the secretary kind of looks at all of you, and there's a bit of a blush to her cheeks. She's just kind of, and she takes care of the next customer at the desk.
Well, that was interesting.
Talos is just like, he is very, like... Yeah, Talos is like, he was hoping to be able to probably do something, but he knew that, one, it wouldn't have done much, and two, it would have probably caused more problems than down the pipeline.
Yeah, well, the immediate problem would have been, well, essentially starting a war in the middle of the city.
Yeah, the guards.
Yeah, and essentially getting us banned from Port La Montagne.
Sorry, what did I miss?
Talos, just...
Basically, like, the reason why he didn't act on his more direct instinct on just miting was because he realized the cons of what would happen if he did what he would normally do. There would be a lot more problems than there would be solutions.
And as the three of you are just slowly starting to leave the Celestial Delights, there's a few members from some patrons and some of the escorts as you're all leaving. As you make your way out to the streets, you all look across where you see Dallen currently making his way into the Comet's Landing.
Had better progress on his little venture.
You all head back to the Comet's Landing?
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah.
As you all make your way back in, you can see is Dallen is at the counter, kind of full of thought. As you all, I assume, kind of make your way up next to him.
Yeah.
As soon as Milo enters Comet's Landing, he's gonna kind of just pull Talos aside and be like, listen, I know you're not happy with what I did. Trust me, I'm not exactly happy with it either. However, I do have a solution to just put an end to all of it. Just trust me. For once.
All right. I just really hope you know what you're doing.
Well, considering that we know of someone who, actually properly killed, Infernal before.
That is true.
I'd like to think that I have an idea of what I'm doing.
It's one problem for another day, at least. And Talos just he's gonna order a drink.
So, as you all kind of get some dinner and get some drinks. Anything you all wish to do before you go to bed for the night?
Talos is probably gonna send us with the sending stone to his sister, like kind of update, like kind of a little mini update of what's going on, like how in the as within the limit of what he obviously can send, about rescuing a companion and currently working on fortifying defenses while waiting for reinforcements.
She would send back along lines, basically saying, I pray you are able to get aid soon. Our company continues to scour the western coast. Came into contact with strange cultists in the south. And that's all you get from that.
That does perk up his interest, and he puts it in his own personal journal to investigate it at a later time.
Anything from Dane?
I think Dane would have joined Talos with a drink, but then after that, probably just doing a little bit of work on another ring, and then chilling out for the night.
Jeweler's check.
$14.
14.
I finished the other one.
Have you done any work on anything that you've been keeping track of, or is this a new project?
I'm actually just looking now. This would be a new project.
That's what I thought. I was looking at my
Yeah,
notes.
this would be the fourth ring.
Alright. With that, I would say that you got about a quarter of the way, as you kind of work on some metal that you have. Like, would you be working on the jewel or the metal for the ring?
Probably the jewel right now. Just getting it ready for when I actually can properly get the rest of the actual metal band.
Yeah, I'll say
done.
You're able to accomplish getting this particular gem, kind of broken some of the pieces down into a manageable shape that you could use to inlay into a ring. It still needs polished, mind you, but you feel like you made some decent progress. Anything from Dallen?
Yes, actually. He's gonna go back to working on wood carving finally. and he's going to be working on the gun handle he's been trying to do.
A wood carving check.
Okay.
Do you keep track of
Well,
what
he's gonna be.
progression was?
He really just started. Like he made a very basic mold of what it was, a handle.
Yeah. That's what I have too.
So
And was this for a pistol, I believe?
yes, it's for the pistol because he broke his handle a while back over at Anar Dracul.
Alrighty, 27. A very good check.
So I don't know how this is probably going to dictate how well that does. What he's going to be carving is very intricate. The main body of the handle is going to be Hashan, the dragon, and it's going to be going all over the barrel as well. Well, he's also going to be carving in his friend, all of his friends from Vemain and his family into the carving.
So are you trying to
as well as
make the handle? Are you trying to make it to where like you carve out a spot to slide the barrel of the gun in, so that
yes.
way, so the handle has a wooden spot that goes like it's not a hill like a joint, or it doesn't like move at all. It's part of the whole handle, and then the barrel is sat inside.
Yes.
Okay.
He's also going to be carving everyone from Comet's company into the etching as well.
Alrighty. The 27, you have the time, and you have some inspiration, having talked to Dunham again. You are able to kind of finish, like, you had the basic kind of structure going. With this check, you are able to spend the time to get the guts cleared out, so that you could put in all the mechanisms for the firing, like springs and the trigger, as well as be able to move the barrel of the gun in, and you have it carved in a way that it holds it securely, but with the removal of a couple pins, you're able to pop out that barrel to clean it or repair it if need be. The rest of the handle is you make like these intricate carvings. That takes up a majority of your time, and so you have an almost completed handle, but you know that you need to finish kind of either like dyeing, glossing. You need to do some final work to make sure that if you try to use it, it's not going to blow up in your hand.
Okay.
So,
would I need to do a Tinker's toolkit, Tinker's tool as well?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a Tinker's tool check, just to see, like, with how, like, familiar you are with this. 22, yeah. While you were working on, like, the gutting and clearing it out, with your Tinker's check, you kind of make some measurements and you double check, and you are able to get you're able to basically match up from your original pistol to this one, and ways to ensure that when you finally put this together all the way, it's not going to be too loose or too tight, or not fit at all. You're able to ensure that everything should fit in exactly as it should. You'll need to do just a little bit more work, which you won't have enough time for on this particular night, to finish up the handle of your gun.
Okay. Well, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, you're about 3/4 of the way done, if you need something to mark the progress.
I will put that in 3/4.
Alright. Anything from Milo?
Milo would most likely start writing a contract
Very good.
after having several drinks first.
Fair enough, fair enough. And so at the end, you all are very tired as the end of the day has arrived. Showing all the traveling and all the extra stuff, you feel that you come to a point where you know that it is time to go get some rest.
Oh, would you guys would have told Dallen about the offer the succubus made?
I think that would be more of a Milo thing, because I don't think Talos would very much like to reminisce about that.
Oh no, yeah, that he'd leave that to Milo, and that's more of his personal business now, in the moment.
Alright, when would you have asked Milo?
Well, when you guys were walking in, he probably was like, "Hey, what are you guys up to?" I think like he would have probably told you guys about what he did, and then he would have asked what you guys did.
Since you're asking right when they got there, Milo probably would have only said that he went up to the Harbor Master, and then had dealt with his company's problems at this location.
Damn shame. All right.
And so, with that, you all will get in a nice long rest and benefit with it as such. And let's go ahead and do a quick bathroom break.
Seems good.
everyone back yet?
No,
I'm back. Sorry.
no, he's not. Don't listen to him. He's lying to you.
How dare you, sir? I said, how dare you?
Okay, Looney Tunes chicken. No, that's not Looney
Shit,
Tunes
no
chicken.
Traxxas run.
That's the vibes I get from when Maltraxxus talks. It's not the Looney Tunes guy. It's the Tom and Jerry, the Tom and Jerry chicken.
Foghorn Leghorn?
I think so. Yeah, he talks like that.
Now I say, I'll tell you what. I think it's a little
I was not
different.
expecting. Yeah, I was not expecting Maltraxxus to sound like that though.
Of course, Dallen doesn't know because he wasn't there for that.
No, but I had to hold back a laugh. God damn it! I was not expecting that. I was more expecting like maybe Skeletor, to be honest. Yeah, that's like my main thing when I think of a necromancer.
Enemies. Yeah, the voice of Maltraxxus, that one was orchestrated by revision that I interpreted from Justin.
Gotcha.
So for like all of your characters, do you have just like notes on like what accent to use for them?
A few of them. Some of them I just keep it to memory.
Fair enough.
Which voice is your worst? Because I have one for when I was DMing for you guys. I have one voice that I dread doing. That would have to be Mr. Tooney. It made me lightheaded and it gave me a headache when I did that voice.
Hard to say. It's probably the like some of the voices that causes me to talk in a way that I'm not used to, and causes me to start to lose my voice after some time. There's a few like that, but I can't bring any to mind at the moment.
Or are you just not telling us so we don't keep using them?
You'll never know.
Yeah, I'm definitely changing Mr. Tooney's voice for when next time I DM for you guys. I'm not doing that voice again.
Oh, but you have continuity. You gotta keep with that voice now.
Just the sheer anger and aggression I put in that voice, it hurt me. It physically hurt me to do that voice.
Well, since we all seem to be back, shall we continue?
Yes.
Very well. Also, anyone else just kind of weirded out by the kind of changed interface they've done with Discord?
A little bit.
It's different enough, just like it makes me kind of like double take a few times. Like, this doesn't feel like I'm used to. It's odd.
I'm just really happy that they finally introduced like a dark mode rather than
yes.
that like light gray.
I definitely put it to the like obsidian or whatever it was.
Oh yeah. First thing I saw, as soon as I saw it, I was like, yep, doing that.
Same here.
Honestly, I didn't realize it did that. I'm actually gonna try to see if I can do that now. Oh my god, yeah, it looks so much nicer. Yeah, it's got a light ash, which is disgusting, dark, and then onyx. Yeah, onyx is so much nicer.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Pizza
you
gold.
all, as I said previously, you all benefit from a long rest. And it is now, according to my notes here, where was it? I think I just had it. Here we go. The 8th day of Marpanoth. And Milo, would you have kept the sending stone that you used previously, or would you have given it back to Dane?
After using it, Milo would have given it back to Dane.
Fair enough.
So, Dane, you get woken up by a sending that goes, "Ahoy there! We have arrived at parts a little sooner than expected. We'll be seeing ye when ye arrive." And with that, the day is
Right.
yours. You send a response? You have 25
Yeah, I'm
points.
just 25. Yeah, I'm just typing out in this so I can actually make sure it's 25 words. I'm just going to reply to him saying, "Hey, we'll be there soon. The swift entry was thanks to Milo." And I'll head on downstairs and get some food for the day.
I assume the rest of the party also heads down for food.
Yes.
Right, and so as you're all down there, I assume, Dane, you relay to Milo the sending.
Yes.
Oh, well. Glad to see my investment in the port went well.
Hey.
So, is it just me or did... Well, I guess you weren't there for that, never mind. This Milo kind of just looks awkwardly and just continues back to eating his food.
Okay.
Everything good?
Yeah, I was gonna say that it seemed rather interesting how he changed his not tone of voice, but like his mood around us, considering or this time rather than when I went over there for the first job on board the Kraken Skull.
The Harbour
I guess
Master?
we're-
Or...
Yeah, the Harbor Master.
Hey, it might be that Barbossa's been bringing in more trade recently to the city. Not quite sure.
As you finish up a nice hearty breakfast, Miss Francis bids you all a safe journey as you all make your way out the door. Be careful out there, Milo. We'll be sure to do our best to keep everything here secure until everything clears up.
I appreciate everything that you do for me, Miss Francis.
Oh, dang my thing. Sorry, not something on my end.
And as all of you make your way through the port city, it's still quite early morning. With the city being shut down as it is, there's not a whole lot of people rushing around to try to get to the different types of work and job. There's not too much busy rush to get to very many places. You make your way to the ports where you can see that there's quite a number of ships out in the harbor. A few smaller ships kind of coming to and fro. Near one of the docks, a familiar-looking Kraken skull is anchored down and awaiting there with the ramp. And as you kind of make your way to the port, and to the docks in particular, and rise on up to the gangplank, a very light green-skinned, toothy, grinned, familiar face pops up over the side of the railing by the helm to give you all a very hearty chuckle. Well, shiver me timbers, if it ain't Comet's company. Come to bless me vessel once more with our presence. Ahoy there, lads.
Gonna give a nice wave over to Barbossa. Ahoy there, Captain.
It'd be a pleasure to be seeing ye once again. Much sooner than I expected, and for what I hear, it be all thanks to ye. As he gives you a wink, Milo.
I'm sorry, what are you thanking me for?
Why, for inviting us over to take you out for another voyage.
Hi, we were in a bit of a pinch. Thought, it's been a while. Might have to say hello to Barbossa again. Catch up for a bit.
Aye. Word's been spreading across the winds that there'll be a little bit of trouble in these here waters.
Aye, that's unfortunately true.
Nasty stench, I say.
Of the nastiest sort.
Good to say, I was quite surprised to be hearing that the company be wanting to move away from such stench. Last I knew, you'd be charging right for it. No judgment,
Well,
after all. It's one such as myself can understand the need to get some breather room away from such smell.
Captain,
What's
if
more
it's
of-
alright with you, can we discuss this a bit more when we're out in open waters?
Aye, aye.
Yeah.
Get yourself
Bit too many
comfortable,
freaking
mateys.
years.
It will be right off. And so as you all kind of make your way up, the captain makes some calls over. Hey, Curlage! Get the sails down and point her towards starboard side. We be making our way off. As the ship jolts, as you hear the cranking of chains as the anchor gets raised and the ship takes off. Before too long, you feel the wind of the ocean on your face and the smell of salt air. As once again, you're taken to the sea.
Instead of Dallen going up onto the ship, he's gonna be heading towards Rowan.
Wait, what?
Like, are you staying behind, or?
No, he's not going. He promised that he would go say hi to Rowan and get that map. He's not staying behind, but he needs to grab that first. I forgot to mention that.
Okay, well, we could say that you can go and do that before the departure, then.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. My bad.
It's all good. So, as the rest of the party is getting ready to depart and they're making their way to the port, so Dallen, you make your way back to the cartographers where you receive the map for your island, and Rowan is very, very happily there to greet you with Sophia there as well.
Okay. I don't really want to talk too long because I'm holding everyone off from progressing now. Dallen's gonna show his carving that he's working on right now, and he's gonna say hi to everyone and say that he has to leave.
Apologies for having to grab and run.
Yeah. Rowan, he basically is very obviously kind of sad to see you go, but understands as he's all like, some good work you're doing there with that you. Suggestion, you'll want to, of course, use a fine gray sandpaper to really smooth it out. If you do too rough, you might harm the wood a little bit, as well as your carvings. Yeah. And Sophia will kind of step forward and be like, please, if anything that you can do to help Fradnir. Couldn't stand to know if something were to happen to him.
Don't worry, I'll do everything in my power to make sure he's fine.
Here, as Rowan will hand you a carving. I wasn't quite sure what I could do to help, but I thought perhaps if he maybe saw a likeness of Sophia, it might help with bringing him back in some way. As he hands you a decently carved wood carving of Sophia.
Thank you. I know this will help. Dallen's gonna apologize for leaving so early, but he has to leave.
I understand. A safe voyage to you, and good luck helping Fradnir.
Thank you, I'll need it.
Alright. And now with that flashback done, we're back on the ship. As we get another scene change. Give me a second. Where was it? Not that one. There we go. Yep. And boop. Phew. There we go. Look at that sea.
Huzzah! The sea is the place to be.
Okay, now one more, because we need some ambiance for this. As the waves splash against the hull of the ship. You all are greeted with the salty air as the captain's boots are heard coming down the steps as he reaches towards his office door. Goes, "Come, laddies. Let us go have a step in the office and discuss business, eh?"
Aye, but of course.
As he opens up the door and allows you all entry. As he goes and sits down on his desk and waits for you all to enter, you all make your way in, I presume.
We'll gladly walk in.
Dallen follows after.
Alright, Dane will also walk in as well.
Just double checking a few things. Alright, looks like we're good. So, As he sits down at his desk, kind of leans back on his chair, as he goes, "So, lads, tell me, where will be off on this fine day?"
Need to head over to Anar Dracul.
Anar Dracul again, you say? Well,
Hi.
we can certainly assist with that. Tell me, what be the situation this time? We working to overthrow something? Hunting down a certain bounty? Or perhaps you be going for sightseeing?
I mean, you could say that we're hunting for a bounty. Going after a, fire elemental.
Kinda like snorts a little bit as he's went up for a sip and then goes, "You be going after an elemental, lad."
It was last seen south of Anar Dracul, so...
Dangerous hunt you be doing there. And them elementals. Maybe pure forces of nature. This music doesn't sound like what I was expecting.
Yeah, it sounds like we stepped into like a Western saloon.
My mic just dropped.
New headcanon, this is what Barbosa listens to.
We look over in the corner, there's just this random sailor just playing on a piano.
I feel like Barbosa's fancy enough. He has one that plays by itself.
Hang on.
That'd be fair.
I don't know if this is a song that I initially listened to. Let me disconnect that. Before I potentially get into trouble here. It's highly unusual because the name of that is supposed to... It's different than what that sounds like. It was supposed to be Pirates of the Coast. What happened there? Anyway, let me just go back to what we were listening to here. Not sure what happened there. Good lordy. Sorry, that derailed me a little bit because I was not expecting that. Yeah, I don't honestly know. Anyway, as the captain just kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, it'd be none of my business as to what you see be having for such a farce of nature like that. But, are you capturing it? Are you thinking about bringing it aboard? Because I will say that, well, I'm happy to accommodate most of your requests. My ship has happened to be highly allergic to fire."
Wait, you're telling me that you don't want a giant fiery creature on board your giant wooden boat in the middle of the water?
I know, shocking, isn't it? But I do have me livelihood to be looking out for.
No, you're in luck. We're just looking for its heart.
I suppose that'd be fair. It's a... So...
Hey, sorry, I completely lost the internet connection for a few minutes, so I had to reset everything.
Oh, you're good. So then will he be requiring our services to get ye back, of course, to Port Lamontagne or perhaps somewhere else?
I mean, if you're willing to give us a hand back, that'd be most accepted. Considering that our other option is going through the Underdark.
Aye. I can see why you went with my more pleasant services as it is. After all, a trip through the Underdark, for what I hear, it'd be an undesirable way to go. As you know, I got a crew member that once resided down there. He much far prefers the nighttime air up here to, well, the situation down below.
Honestly, after going down there just the one time, I understand.
Well then, of course we'd be more than happy to get you to Anar Dracul. And of course our usual standard fare as well. As you know, I've got myself a crew to be looking out for.
Aye, of course. Remind me, can you... What is... your rate again?
What did I have here? I feel like every single time this comes up, I always say that I'm going to have a thing down for it, and then I always forget where I put that. Let me calculate this trip again. And it enters a cool from here. Okay, so that would be that, and let me look at the book now to see what fare is normally for this. And of course, since you have frequent travel points with him, he will be taking some points with him, some discount off for that. Okay, so he has discount. For this particular one-way trip, he's going to charge 25 gold pieces per person. Which for
I will slide the gold over.
That'd be about 100 gold.
Yeah.
Dane's about to reach into his pocket and sees Milo. Hey, he's also going to pull out some gold.
Sorry, Dane. I'm in a very giving mood recently, apparently.
Oh, lad,
Hey, evidently so.
Don't stop the poor boy if he wants to provide a nice tip. The captain is always approving of tips. You just have to wink.
Oh,
Hey.
Of course. I understand. I'm not saying no to it either.
Hey, you know, for all the help that you've given us as well, Captain, I'm just going to give Barbosa an extra 25 gold.
Ah. You bring this humble captain to tears, lad. As he takes him, jingles a coin in his hands and then puts it in a chest. Ah.
Oh.
To Anar Dracul it be then. It's get there as soon as possible. We be not carrying much cargo, so this voyage should be a few days shorter than what one would expect. Oh, okay. I stopped you.
Hey, Barbosa, you seem to have that wild piano of yours is kicking up again.
It'd be that turntable there. As he kind of goes over and you watch as he just BAM! Smashes it. It'd be a haunted cert. I got it on one of me last voyages, and I'd be liking to listen to some music from time to time, but it likes to start up for no reason.
You know, I know a guy that might be able to take a look at that. Fix it for you.
Perhaps once we return to part of the mundane.
Very well.
Dallen's going to eagerly go over to Captain Barbosa and say, is there any repairs that need to be done?
Well, there's the usual sort of a few things here and there, some barnacles being needed to be scraped off, and of course, a few obvious woods planks that could use some touching up. If you'd be willing to put your handiwork over the few days you'll be here, I'd be willing to give you some of this money back to repay your kindness.
Dallen eagerly starts nodding and says, like, yes, I would like to do that.
We'll just turn our heads, look towards Dallen. He's just like starting to foam at the mouth after hearing wood needs to be repaired.
Wood.
Get back, Dallen.
Well, go ahead and unload your gear down below in the usual place. And if you could be so kind to help keep an eye out in case trouble arrives. We've been noticing an unusual increase in foul activity in the waters. Especially when we were over there by your Duskwood. We were dropping off some supplies over there for them, and we're noticing that they've increased their security there. Quite an improvement from them wooden walls they had. They've got the stone wall now.
We've been dealing with some unsavory sorts. One of the reasons why we're heading to Anar Dracul.
I see there. Be it none of my own business, but I would appreciate your sharp eyes in helping keep watch on the watchers.
Will do.
That he gives you all a tip of his hat as you all make your way out onto the deck. Where you can see working the rigging, adjusting the sails, and going about doing like their normal ship business. You recognize like the majority of the crew members.
Well, Talos is how they like. He's gonna be switch before he goes up. He's gonna switch up from his wings of fly to his mantit, the manta ray, cloak of the manta ray. Because being on a boat, he's like, I'd rather be able to swim than sink.
Fair enough. Let's try that one. Hopefully it's that one. I'm adding music tracks, trying to double check now to make sure that they're what I want them to be. Alrighty, and so as I take a quick measurement here. So. So the captain informs you that in total the trip will take about 5 days to get to Anar Dracul from Port La Montagne. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, this didn't want to do what I want to do. Let's quickly... Ay.
You must really be,
This music track stuff is not wanting to play nicely.
It's not playing nicely here today, is it?
Not at all. Fretboat is usually so good about things.
I see Barbosa is really stretching out to new genres.
So you just hear from inside his cabin, "Yar ye damned machine! Bam, bam, bam!" Ay. Yeah, I don't think that was the right song whatsoever. Hey. So, as you all are on the ship, is there anything you all wish to do while sailing?
Well, Dallen's obviously going to be working on the damages.
Sounds good. As you...
Indeed.
We'll go ahead and roll your wood carving check as you kind of go about the ship.
23.
23, very nice. You can see that overall, like, the ship is still in fairly decent condition, but as you go across, you see that there's a few boards sticking out and in a couple spots where it gets frequent, constant use. And as you all continue, you also notice that there's a couple unpatched holes here and there that you're able to work your magic in getting back into working operating shape. Ooh, that'll work. Let's see if I can do this one. No, that's not quite the... I mean, that's the right genre, but that's not the right song I want to play. Let's try... Why is it not wanting to look up what I'm putting in? Grr.
We're gonna be as difficult as possible today.
I'm putting in the names. What more do you want? wanted to give my guys some good sea ambiance, and like all these songs that I had lined up beforehand now suddenly don't want to work properly. Good news is, though, the streaming is still going, and so apparently whatever I played is not got played long enough to catch copyright issues, so we're still good.
Nice.
Very good, very good.
Now, if I could just get the right music to play. Maybe this one? Okay, so playing that one. That doesn't sound right. Nah.
Why does it keep doing that?
I'm just having a lot of trouble with Fred boat today. So here, let's hit stop and clear all the queue. Now let's try that again. Oh, great. So I'm trying to see if I can click to find some more information. It's all like, this emoji, this is from the Fred boat app. It's like, gee, thanks. That's very helpful. I don't think this is the one that I'm thinking it is. It sounds neat, but I don't think I have permission to use this one. Looks like I'm going to have to take some time and go through music again later. What about on here? I thought I had something else. I think that's what I had for combat, maybe. That should work right now. Anyway, so as Dallen kind of goes through and works on patching up parts of the ship, is there anything that Talos is doing?
Talos is gonna keep keeping an eye, like kind of like going around on the to either side of the ship, kind of keeping an eye using his spyglass occasionally to see if there's anything like on the horizon coming toward, or any like either objects, ships, anything that might pop his interest. He's using his spyglass so he can see a bit farther out.
Yeah, of course. That will normally give you a very advantage on your checks for perception.
Be 18 then.
As you're taking a look around, you're noticing that like you're keeping close to the shore. You've gone this route a few times, and so you're become a little familiar with like the shore as you go past it. You look around in the water and you see that there's currently not as many ships moving about as there usually are. You're assuming that probably because either A, they're being held for a little longer at Port Lointain, or B, they may have stopped coming this route as it's become a little more dangerous and it's probably not as profitable at this time. Now, did Milo, before this, switch into his red outfit?
This time he wouldn't have.
To which the captain will definitely make a comment about that. So, Mr. Highhill, how's Mr. Whitfoot doing? I'll be surprised he didn't join us for this particular voyage.
I think Whitfoot has gone ashore for a while.
Well, it'd be a real shame, but nevertheless, it'd be a pleasure sailing with ye, Cars. Gives you a wink.
I would hope you'd say something like that. After all, I am the new Baron. As kind of Milo just stretches out his hand, revealing the Baron's ring.
Well then, the fish tales be true. Here I thought that a couple of the drunken sailors I've been encountering were weaving me quite the yarn. The new Baron would be at the head at the top of Antiva.
Aye, it is true. Never thought I was going to see the day, but here we are.
Aye. I remember long ago when the bright-eyed adventurers came upon me ship for an escort mission to that lonely isle. For ye never once having stepped a foot such a dastardly place. And now here ye are. Having run the whole operation then. It seems I chose well where I threw my hat in.
I'm sorry, Captain. I think you have me confused with someone else. I don't remember ever going on a voyage like that, though I have heard tales from Rail about it.
Well, aye, but of course I've been throwing me hat in with a few of your other friends, like Talos there, and Dane, as he gives you a wink.
Aye, aye. Though, that also brings up a question for you that I have.
Oh, aye?
From my understanding, your, job prospects are rather infrequent, is that correct?
To the public eye, perhaps.
Aye, of course.
I assure you,
Well,
that you get plenty of business going about transportation jobs, and, well, of course we get quite a few old jobs from Sir Strutterbar.
Aye, of course. Get room for another couple more jobs, if needed. Other than just transporting Comet's Landing, of course, or Comet's Company, of course.
Well, you know me, if the coin be there, then me men be ready.
I mean, I'd hope I have the coin if I was the Baron after all.
Perhaps a little later, when it gets time for retiring for the night, we can go down and discuss the business further.
Aye, of course.
Okay, with that, who would like to roll me a D100?
I'll do it this time, because I haven't done it in a while.
Well then, good sir, roll it.
Roll the bones.
A 6. As the boat is traveling and you're kind of keeping an eye out with your spyglass, Talos, you do see a ship that is currently off sailing, like in the same general direction that you are ahead, but the Kraken Skull is a little bit faster. As the Kraken Skull kind of comes up close to the side and is somewhat keeping pace for a little bit, a young captain on it kind of looks over to your ship and sees you with your spyglass and gives you a wave.
Talos is gonna wave back, like a more of a like a passing wave, like hi.
As he kind of like, has a look at you as the ship is starting to move on ahead, he goes, "Ahoy there! You look like an adventurous sort."
I'm gonna alert Barbosa to the boat that's hailing.
And the captain will kind of go over to the side and go, "Hi there! Ahoy there, Captain! You all look like you're well prepared of sort. Perhaps you'd like to make an investment of sorts. Yeah. What kind of investment would we be interested in? Alright, well, you see, I was on my way to follow the this map here to try and collect some treasure. But I've been thinking about it, and I'm not quite sure I'm confident enough to accomplish it on my own. If you're interested, I could sell you this map here, and I guarantee you probably get a lot more from it than what you'd be paying. In exchange, I get to go home a little bit early and perhaps make gold a little more safely, and you all could get the adventure of a lifetime. What say ye? The captain kind of scratches his moustache a little bit. He looks down at you, Talos, Milo, Dane, and I'm assuming Dallen is too busy repairing as he'll go. Well, we have plenty of other work keeping me and my crew busy, but what say ye?
After the last treasure map I've heard of, I'm gonna pass on this. Thinking back to the one Treth trying to grab from the guy on the side of the road.
And he told you about.
Chris.
And what about ye, Talos, Dane?
Depending on how much he's wanting for it, might be at least to have the map at least to check out later. Once we get our more pressing matters done.
I mean, that's sounds about fair.
They call out to him. How much are you offer?
Well, I be an honest sort. I won't reveal you the price until you see the map for yourselves.
Well, at least I can hop over there quite quickly, Captain, if that's all right with you.
Aye, we can allow that. Men, throw some gain lines over to their ship to secure them to the side of the vessel, and get the gangplank down. We'll allow for a quick parley. You watch as a few of the crew members toss some hooks over to the side of the other ship and kind of pull and tighten the ropes to the side of the ship, and the gangplank goes out as the individual kind of goes up to the gangplank to greet you. Ahoy, ahoy! I'm Captain Wesley here. This be the map, as he kind of unveils it for you. You can see that on the map, it's a little crude drawing, but you can see that some of the symbols on it you're able to identify as he kind of points out. Now, you see, this here island, for what I can see, it's a fairly large island. I imagine one would take an entire day to traverse from the north side of it to the south side of it, but perhaps maybe not so to go east to west. Which, as you can see, the shape of the island almost appears to look like an upside-down hot pepper. With obviously
non-long.
Yeah, a little oblong, a little fat on the south side, a little bit thinner towards the top. Now, according to what the sea chart showed me, I believe what I understand is this is some sort of isle that be south of, it just be, northwest of here, but south of what I've been hearing is the location of Anar Dracul, what used to be the old elven woods.
I know of that country.
Oh, do you? That'd be wonderful. Well, as you can see here, for what I best understand, on this here map, right there, as he kind of points to where an X is, this here, I'm assuming this here be a mountain, by what the drawing shows here, where the X is. So, I'm thinking that it's got to be some sort of old dwarven hold, and that there's likely is a map leading to it. And you know, dwarven holds are infamous for hoarding gold, gems, and with how old this here map is, I'm missing its location. I'm presuming that this here dwarven hold has been abandoned for some time.
Well,
would any of this conversation be like traveling across the open water?
Well, for the most part, if you're hanging up at the side of the ship, like the ship is basically temporarily attached to the Kraken's skull. It's smaller, so it's not weighing you down much, and there's a gangplank that's attached between the two ships to help like Talos get it across. So if you're listening to, you would probably be able to hear that.
Okay. Oh. Ding's gonna perk up at hearing Dwarven Hold and go over to him.
Aye, Master Dwarf. You'd probably be an expert of these things. Tell me, when you look at this map here, does this look like it'd be like a... Since you might be familiar with such things, does this look like an ideal position for you know, a dwarven hold? As you take a look, it's... I mean, you believe it could be possible. The island itself is like it's a decent enough size that it would hold some resources that they could use to like harvest and keep things going. And the fact that it does have a mountain on it is highly desirable to dwarves. But it seems a little odd to you because like just a lone like maybe one or two mountains on this like in the middle of an island surrounded by an ocean. That's a little odd because normally dwarven holds are only established on like continents where they're able to like continuously mine and like go deeper into the ground. You're not quite sure how much they'd be able to dig or how far they would have to dig deep into this mountain before they'd be able to safely extract some more materials, seeing as how if they dig in the wrong direction they might flood the entire mines with ocean water. But for best what you can understand, dwarves are crafty and gritty enough that, I mean, they're willing to oftentimes make holds at anywhere.
Hey, it's certainly possible that it could be a hold, but I don't know. Like looking at,
or at least maybe like it could be a location where they might a stopover where they might have a mini hold. I'm not sure that's the right wording for it, but at least something where they
an
can
outpost would be more apt for it. Yeah, I guess
still
it
could be interested to check it out.
Hey, especially if it is a hold, it would be rather nice to figure out.
So, how much are you offering for your map?
Well, seeing as how the potential riches that could come from a dwarven hold, and, well, I'll just make a discount for whatever possible dangers is there. I'd be willing to give this up for about 100 gold. I'd say that'd be worth a good finder's fee.
Aye, Dane's gonna pull out 100 gold and just give it to him.
Haha. Here you are, good sir, as he hands you the map.
Aye, thank you for that. Aye, even if it isn't a hold, it'd be nice to put that to rest. I'd like to know more about my kin. Well, fellow kin, anyway.
Aye,
So it could be a good place to make an outpost for ourselves.
Aye, indeed. Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. With this amount of gold, I'll be able to divert our voyage and go get some safer work at another part. Appreciate it, lads. I bid you a good, safe journey, and hopefully I'll be seeing you at a bar sometime, and you can relay the stories of whatever you find there.
Hey, if you're ever in Port La Montagne, we tend to frequent the Comet's Landing down there.
Aye, the Comet's Landing. A very reputable place you'd be going to get your services. Very reputable indeed. Perhaps I'll be seeing you.
Hey, pleasure doing business with you. Safe travels.
And to you as well.
The wind's fairly well.
As he tips his tricorn hat to you. The ship gets detached as he diverts his course away.
It's something to definitely check out once we finish our primary business. For now, let's be making course. Hopefully find that elemental quickly.
I definitely need to get to the elemental and get it back to Namfoodle quick, but it would be nice to definitely check out this island at some point as well.
Agreed.
To kind of show you, if you want to travel to the land of Draconus on the map.
There we go.
Red.
Yep.
And
Should be right about. I'm thinking it's down that island right there.
I'll make a note for you. There you go. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
On that little island right there, to south of the land of Draconus.
Very good.
As you all continue on your voyage. And before too long, as the day burns past, night falls. Is there anything you all wish to do before you take a rest?
Dallen's gonna work more on his handle, the gun frame.
Alright, you know the check.
Yee.
Yeah, Talos is gonna write down more, like, or in his personal journal, as well as the matching coordinates on the map for the island's location in his personal journal.
Alright. We're at the 24. You get out some of your tools and materials. And before you are ready for bed, you do manage to finish crafting this Yule handle. As you kind of hold it up and take a look. I assume you assembled a firearm into it as well.
Yes.
You are very proud of the work you have here. And even as you're kind of like admiring it for yourself, a familiar individual happens by as he sees your work. Well, that's a mighty fine piece you got there.
It's took me a lot of effort to make.
As you look up and you see the bosun, Bolrus Co.
How you doing, Boris? Haven't seen you in a while.
Likewise. Keeping this ship in good working order. Cannons still fire well. Gotten a few traps here and there, but nothing my cannons can't handle.
You didn't see I fixed up your ship a little bit.
Yeah, I was noticing that there was a few less drafts. Haven't had time to tend to a few of those holes. Appreciate it. I'm sure the
Oh, it's a
captain
pleasure.
will repay you for the work you did.
If you don't mind checking this, I'm a little bit off. I think I'm a little bit off on the sights. As he hands Boris his pistol.
I'll take a look at it, and we'll roll a check for that. Ooh, a very good high roll there. As he'll kind of go like, yeah, you just need a... You watch as he takes his fingers, which have very fat fingers, but he almost seems to like very accurately and very carefully make a few like adjustments on the side, just... And then he moves it just ever so slightly. Have to shoot it to know for sure, but the best my discerning eye can determine, this here is probably going to be about as accurate as you can get for now. And he hands it back to you. Good work. Did you do that carving yourself?
Yes, my own handiwork.
Very impressive. Does it... I must say you did a good job of kind of doing some weathering to it that, without actually having it naturally weathered, to make it match a bit of the that old barrel and mechanism you got from this pistol. It's well done.
Thank you.
Now remind me,
It's down.
this pistol, did you have it enchanted at some point?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Well, it had the, I believe, +2 to it.
That's what I
Let me
thought.
check. Does that mean it took off? Because isn't that on the barrel?
No. It would have been like ingrained onto the barrel itself, because that's the part that like actually shoots. He kind of looks at it and goes, the carvings
+2.
that you have here, they meld well with the enchantment you have on there. And, this be you, Wood, isn't it?
Yeah, yes it is.
Interesting choice. Don't see a whole lot of folk that are able to acquire such wood, and even then I don't see them usually crafted into firearm stuff. I dare say if you go to the right person, you might be able to have them perhaps work with the natural magic in this wood and maybe improve your firearm.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't really thinking about that. It was just a very exotic looking type of wood that I haven't worked on before, so I decided to work with it.
Well, hopefully you got some good insight from working on it, and at the same time, since you didn't seem to ruin the wood with your work, you might be able to take advantage of its natural properties. Can't say who I would go to. usually to work with something like this, you'd have to go to a very experienced wizard. They're usually the ones that deal with enchantments and wood.
Damn it! I was gonna go over to Namfoodle. Okay.
It's like he'll make things that go explode.
Just constant NPF bullets.
Well, I best
Okay.
get back to the ship. Fair night to you.
Thanks, you too. Alright, that's done for Dallen.
Anything from Dane on this night?
I think I'm gonna work on my ring a little bit.
Alright, go ahead and do your jeweler's check. A 16. You're able to, with that check, finish up the polishing of the gem, make it look nice and pretty, and you have it in good position to mount it up onto a ring once you have one made. You're about halfway done.
Very nice.
And then anything from Talos? You were just writing in your journal and everything?
Yeah, just putting everything in the journal, like the island coordinates from the map. He's gonna put it in there, just for his own like records and stuff, just in case they lose the map.
Very good. And anything from Milo?
I believe Milo and Barbosa have a conversation they needed to talk about.
Indeed, indeed. After handing the steering wheel to Magram, the captain will have gone into his quarters.
I will kind of just go up and knock on the door.
Yeah, he may enter.
As Milo enters,
Ahoy there, lad. We believe
Captain?
that you have yourself a business proposal for me and me crew.
aye, that is true. Though, not really a proposal, since I don't have any... At least I don't have anything right now. However, I do know that there are some of the families on Antiva that could use some assistance.
Well, if the Baron be given his recommendations, well, he'd be a fool to ignore it.
Aye, of course.
Are there any specifics you be having in mind?
I know of one person. She's Drow. So, well, also a female Drow. You'll learn very quickly how that can be a bit of a conflict, but she does good work. I mean, she got me this after all. As Milo will just pull out a Dryad Heart. Is that what it was?
Indeed.
Yes.
Well, that'd be quite an interesting piece. Well, I reckon that I could happen to spend some more time over there in Antiva. Sounds
What else
like
have you-
it would be a very profitable endeavor.
I also like you to be my son. He's the one in charge while I'm off doing my own thing. I'm sure he would have a bit more work for you as well.
Aye, got yourself a family business then, now.
Yeah, you can say that.
My, he certainly be one of many surprises.
Come on, with my reputation, if I stop getting surprises, it's probably not me.
I suppose that'd be fair. Well then. As he kind of leans back in his chair, I would be happy once we're done transporting you to from Anar Dracul. We get some free time making our way back down to Antiva.
Aye, very well.
I appreciate your business proposal here, and we'll certainly be looking to check that out when the time comes.
Aye, of course. Wouldn't want to stop you from Strahd business either.
Aye, after all, he does have some workings over there, and if he be partnering up with the great Baron of Antiva, well, it would just be good business to be doing the same.
Aye, of course.
He's
Though-
twirl of his mustache.
Though with this, I might have to start asking you to scratch our back a little bit more as well. Give me a free ride here and there wouldn't hurt.
Well, I suppose that so long as it interacts with some excellent business, well, I suppose I can do that, as he gives you a wink.
Hey, Captain, that's why I really appreciate you. You're not a businessman. His smile kind of gives him a bit of a smirk.
Of course. After all, that's all that you and I have always been. Good, excellent businessmen.
Aye, of course.
Businessmen that are also very fond of sailing.
Aye, that'd be true. It's good to smell the ocean once again.
Aye. There'd be far less troubles here on the sea than there'd be on the land. Too many lords and ladies trying to garner control over their parcels of property. But out here, out here there'd be freedom. He kind of looks, kind of turns and looks out the back window a bit.
Aye, that'd be true. Though, one thing both me and you share in common is you have everyone kissing up to your ass.
Aye. Well, you best be getting your rest. Never know what the next day will bring us.
Aye. Very well, Captain. Have a good night.
Aye, to you as well. And then hopefully without any delay, we'll be arriving at our destination in 4 days. Alright, so the captain will be very much interested in making more trips to Antiva to monopolize on some further lucrative business.
Very well. Also, before going to bed, Milo will send a word to Lure, informing him about possible meeting with Barbosa and Garrett.
Sounds good. When this obviously comes up later, it would definitely potentially bring more business and more profits for Milo. But at the same time, it could also make sea travel a little less infrequent with him, as obviously Antiva is on the other side of the continent, so it may take a while longer for him to return if you all are, depending on where you're located at.
Aye.
And with that, you all will gain the benefits of a long rest. storm coming in your guys' area?
Yeah, it's like luckily I have other things I can like. I have a hotspot thing. If I do lose Wi-Fi, I can still use that. So
Hopefully everything turns out all right for you. I know we had a few storms up in my area yesterday.
ooh, yeah. Apparently over near head, he says it looks like they think one of the communication hubs near closer to where he is got hit by about possibly hit by lightning or caused a surge over where he's at.
Yikes.
Thankfully, a lot of my stuff around for my stuff, at least for the house, has those protectors. Like my important tech is hooked up to. It has if there is a surge, it protects it, and it has if I'm using it, it has a built-in battery. So, and it's one of the big tower ones. So just in case, it'll give me enough time to get everything shut down properly. Yeah, and the other thing I have for if I need Wi-Fi for my tablet, I have my hotspot I could use. So.
Oh, that's good. It is now day 9 of Marpanoth. Some poor luck here. Alright, I need someone else to roll me a D100.
Oh no.
Ready then? See how my luck is.
Ooh,
83.
I think it's the highest I've ever rolled with that.
Let me double check here. Alrighty. So, as you all are sailing, it is another bright, sunny day. The wind is blowing strong. The smell of salt water is in the air. As you continue to sail through, at this point, as you're looking around, you can see that you've entered the channel that exits the sea area where Port LaMontagne and Duskwood is, and leads eventually out into the greater sea. As you're making your way through the channel, you see a few other ships are passing by here and there, making their way into the channel and some out. All of you give me a perception check.
Perception. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
With a 12 in nature, it is a sea around you.
What's that? I didn't mean to hit nature. Perception. Got 22 for perception.
Very good. And poor Dane with a 6.
Yeah.
Well, Milo and Talos, as you all are kind of gazing out, you can see that amongst all these normal watercraft that's here and there, you can see what almost looks to be something a little more ramshackle, bobbing up on the water and making its way around. It looks to be just like a raft with a single rod in the middle with a small sail, and on it you can see there appears to be an individual. that he's got himself what almost looks to be like black robes and a kind of a maybe white shirt, and he's got himself on the top of his ship what almost looks to be some kind of symbol. And as the ship kind of passes by, he kind of calls up to you all and goes, "Hail and praise the lady!"
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Lady.
Hail and praise the lady.
The lady.
I'll take another look at
With
that,
that 22, would
symbol.
yeah, I was like, with that 22, would I be able to see that symbol at all?
If you're looking at the symbol on top, you can see what almost looks to be like a wave curling left and right.
I'll roll a history check on that, see if I recognize that.
11. As far as you know, that could be decoration, Milo.
Okay.
A 23.
23.
As you think back on it, you recognize the wave curling left or right to be a common symbol for Umberly, the goddess of the sea.
I raise a hail and hail him back. It's like, hail and well met, and may the lady give you safe voyage.
And to you as well, to you as well. Tell me, are any of you servants of Umberly, or perhaps some of you would be interested in hearing her word and joining her worship?
I'm afraid I am not a follower, but I do respect. But I give great respect to her, and honor her domain.
Very well, very well. Well, a safe voyage to you, as he kind of waves his hand and continues to bob along the water as other ships pass by. And if you listen closely, you can hear him calling up to each ship that he passes by.
A servant of the goddess of the sea, of the seas and the waves. Hopefully that will be a good sign for us.
Aye, Talos. Hopefully it will. At the very least, I'm glad that you didn't decide to try and offer him passage or to bring him up on board. But I find dealing with some holy men like that to be far more trouble than it be worth.
At least passing by and showing at least respect will at least should give us at least some favor.
Aye, at least you didn't curse us. That would have been very unfortunate.
Very much so. A curse by Umberly is not something, especially with your profession.
Aye, that be true. And that the rest of the day goes by quite smoothly as you all get further and further into the channel, getting ready to move out and out into the open sea as night falls. And would there be anything any of you would like to do before you head to bed for this day?
Let me see.
Anything from Dallen?
Checking something quick.
I'll take that as a no. Anything from Dane?
I'm gonna work on my ring a little bit more.
Alright, do your jewelry check. Ooh, very nice. You're able to, throughout the course of the day into the evening, you're focusing a lot of effort in crafting a ring, thankfully due to some of the equipment on board and your personal tools, you're able to kind of forge and craft a ring. You're using gold or silver for this.
I'm going to use what's left of a little bit more of the gold jeweled necklace that I've got. So just like take some of the gold off there and use that to make the ring.
Very good. You're able to craft a very lovely and intricate looking ring with that, and it gets late enough that you're tired, but you know that you just have a little bit more to go, but to mount the ring up properly with the jewel and have it be completed.
Very nice. That's pretty much just going to be me for the night.
Very good.
So, I think Talos will be doing mostly his especially with the amount of time he hasn't had a good amount of time to sit down and actually do like a proper, like his proper prayers, like his things that he normally would do to kind of a little bit more center himself a little more. Probably try doing that before he goes to sleep.
Very good. Everything to check.
The gym. Maybe doing like giving an offering of one of his platinum coins as part of the prayer ritual.
Between like kind of sleep coming between you for the day and your prayer, you feel a connection to Bahamut as you're making your daily prayer, and as such, you get a weird, ominous feeling. A visage kind of flashes in your mind. Very brief and sudden, but you feel that it was almost perhaps a vision or something from Bahamut. You don't have to think about it too hard, as the visage is burned into your mind from before. And the flashing of it just brings up a well of memories from a time when you faced this foe. As the one Lord Thanatos' visage flashes in your mind.
Talos takes a slow, deep breath and nods. And in his mind, he doesn't say this aloud, but he says in his mind, "I understand, my lord. It will be finished." That's part of he kind of make grips on it to his both hit the handles of his warhammer and on the sunblade in front of him, just kind of like squeezes their hilts. It's like part of his body, the muscle, the memory of that prior of the battle when he faced him last time. It's like knowing that it has to be that's a job that was left unfinished that may need to be finished beforehand. And then after that, he's gonna get ready for his sleep.
Very good. Anything from Milo?
No, probably would just be playing his viola a little bit. Nothing too much.
I'm gonna do a performance check. Ooh. Your fingers with muscle memory from a long time past finally reawaken. Like, playing on the viol, you perform like something very casual, very simple, but you notice like the morale of everyone that's around, some of them start to get a little distracted, but overall, those that listen seem very much kind of inspired, and they work very diligently and very hard as they're being encouraged by the sweet notes that you play. As even without trying that hard, you provide a very excellent performance.
I like to imagine Milo just casually playing Devil in Down Georgia after what the events of Port Montaigne a couple days ago.
As the first mate, Magram, will kind of come up and go, "Aye, lad. I wasn't aware that you were a music plant sort. Last I knew that you just seemed to be an individual just on the ship. Going about the party."
Yeah, keeps everyone's spirits up. Kills time. Heard why not.
Aye, well, I certainly appreciate it. Of course, I'll be sad now as you're about to be going off to bed, and I won't be able to hear such sweet music as I'm sailing the ship.
I mean, you have that captain's new fancy desk.
Aye, the turntable you be talking about.
Hi.
I think he's done smashed that. There's too many strange, haunted-like sounds coming from it. I think he wasn't too terribly pleased with what he was doing.
I mean, understandable, especially if that were to start playing in the middle of the night. I know I would want to smash that thing to pieces also.
Aye. But I know certainly the men here, they certainly appreciate your playing. Definitely wouldn't complain if you continue doing that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can play some more tomorrow. Well, I'll keep my eye out or something.
Aye. And then is Ryan back? Did we lose Ryan? Has he silenced himself?
Well, he's not on Discord.
He's still on, and it doesn't show he's muted. Unless he just muted his headset.
He might have just muted his headset then.
Or he may have stepped away.
I think it's safe to say he'd probably end up doing some more woodwork.
Yeah, probably. He probably tends to the ship a little bit more. Say that he's kind of hanging off the side of the ship, chucking in barnacles off the side and helping out with that. And so with that, you all will gain the benefits of another long rest as you all wake up to the 11th of Morpanoth.
Very nice, very nice.
Man, the dice are definitely in favor of you getting an action-packed trip here. Who hasn't done a D100 roll for me?
I have not.
You could do the honors, please. A 70. Well, all right then. This is quite fitting, honestly. Roll me a 1d12, Milo.
Okay.
Nice. So, as you all are sailing, it's another bright day. It feels a little windier than normal. So much so that you see that the sails are in full, they're full wind. And you feel like the ship is moving a little bit quicker than normal as the captain kind of like feels the air and he kind of chuckles to himself. Well, it seems that as we be exiting in this here channel, the wind be in our favour. I suppose ye be right, Mr. Talos, about some blessings from Umberly.
Excellent. I'm guessing with this headwind, we'll be getting there a lot quicker now.
Aye. I'd say that this might knock off about a half a day's worth of our trip.
And here I thought you were just trying to get rid of us.
Talos is kind of like looking off ahead, is like remembering the vision, the vision he had from last night.
Give me a sec. I think my cap is trapped. You're back.
Okay, like, free me, human! Free me!
And I'm back. Cat snuck their way into a room that we normally close the door on, and we didn't know, so she's been in there for probably about an hour, no doubt napping, and I just suddenly heard her pawing at the door. And I was like, oh lord. Alright, so through seemingly blessings of Umberly or unknown, you all have made an excellent time on this particular day. Moved a little bit closer to Anar Dracul a little sooner.
At some point, Talos is gonna, like, during the day, like, Talos is gonna kind of tell the others kind of what the slight vision he had and that he had when he was doing his prayers, and that very likely at some point they're gonna have to deal with the unfinished business with Thanatos.
Anything that Dane or Milo or Dallen would have to say about that?
Well, it is inevitable that unfortunately we do have to well, take care of a certain lord.
Especially with what we know that at least his son was working with Maldraxxus. We don't need them linking back up again.
Hey, I mean, I think they already have linked back up somewhat when we saw the what was it? It looked like one of the Anarian guard with Maldraxxus. What's left of them, anyway.
Yeah, I'd rather not let that problem fester.
But one thing at a time.
Agree. Let's deal with the problem ahead, getting that elemental, and then breaking this siege. Once that's done, we can focus on our other tasks.
Hey.
Besides, with us stopping ahead into Anar Dracul anyway, we'll be at least able to get an update on if I remember correctly, they located where he's at and have been have been holding him there. So, can at least get an update on that.
Hey.
And Talos is kind of not really one. He's just trying to looking at his own gear that he has on, just remembering how difficult it would be to move in the sand. So he's like kind of just like. Well. One beastie at a time.
Hey, unfortunately, well, there's no rest. Especially not for the wicked.
Mm-hmm. Nor those who hunt them. Hopefully we can deal with that, elemental quickly.
Hey, here's hoping, at least.
To make sure we...
something done.
Yeah. Maybe when we get there, they'll have, the people there will have something that can aid us in capturing it without damaging the core.
Possibly. If anything, we might be able to ask, well, if we decided we want to go into the city itself, we could ask our noose to see how he, to see if there's anything that he could do to help.
That and possibly even pin down its exact location, maybe. But
Hey,
no. I hope. Well, at least with this headwind, we'll be getting there far sooner. Talos kind of stares out toward the horizon. Okay, anyone else getting a reverb noise coming from their headset? On their mics?
Not me.
Like a slight hum. It's like a slight hum.
not on my end. Are you using a wired headset or wireless?
This is a wired one. It
best
has
thing I could
wireless,
say-
but the wireless takes up a lot of battery.
No, that's fair. I'd say best thing it would be, what is it? Unplug it from the back of your rig and then plug it back in. It might just be that the connection isn't as strong right now.
Yeah, one sec. Let me check that. Yeah, that did it. Okay.
Nice.
Alright. Dallen's still there? Nope.
Alright. And then, Dame, where you want to do another jeweler's check as we get to the end of this?
Yeah.
12. You're finding some difficulty on this particular day as you're realizing that, like, the particular shape that you thought you had lined up correctly, the gem seems to be a little too big, and so you realize that you have to make some adjustments, and you aren't able to finish the ring today, but you're able to kind of open up the crown in a way enough that when you get some more time, you should be able to finish and wrap up this ring.
That's fair. I was also looking back through my selection of gems. I decided to go with a tiger's eye for this one.
Very nice.
Yeah, just kind of going through my gear, going through my stuff real quick. I'm trying to think. I forgot to take something out of my inventory that I use. Nope. Sorry if I clicked something. Nope, it didn't go. Good. It didn't register it. Ah, that's what's still in my inventory. Okay. There we go. Any word from Dallen?
I haven't heard him pipe up yet, so he might have passed out, or I'm not sure. Hopefully he'll get back to us, but till then, we'll just say that he continues to help working on the ship as he last indicated he would.
Alright.
And so, anything Milo would be up to?
I think that answers your question.
Lord, it's almost like basically the same exact role. Well, with favorable winds and an excellent song playing around them, the crew becomes determined to work ever harder to help the sailing go as smooth as possible. And I'll say with that excellent check as well as circumstances of the day, I will say that in total, thanks to pure dumb luck and some excellent rolls and assists from Dallen to help with the sails and like with the ship, I'd say that in total, Comet's company has shaved off an entire day of traveling.
Nice.
Yes. Alright, and so with that, another day passes. This will put us at the 12th of Marpanoth. Alrighty. Alright, and this looks like it will be an uneventful day as you all sail on a very good, fair wind day. Nothing unusual happens. Nothing like comes up on the horizon. Everything seems to be very calm, open seas. It's a good day of sailing and very uneventful.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I think I almost clicked to turn off everything. I'm like, no, don't do that. I don't want to have to log back in.
Okay. Alright, so you all are informed that at about midday on the next day, that they will be They should be making landing at the port of Anar Dracul. And so you all get to
Excellent.
spend one more night on the ship. Anything you all wish to do?
Oh, Talos is gonna see if they're like keep an eye out for anything that might see if there's any flotsam as they're going by. Like he's like, yeah, good luck last time. Let's see if there's anything that he might be able to hook with his grappling hook.
Do a perception check.
Off 20.
Let's see. Go ahead and roll me. Let me see here. What would be a good purple roll? Roll me a D100.
D100? Alright. One sec. Thing is not the type. Settings. There we go. Okay. D100. 64.
Ready? Okay, so as you're kind of keeping your eye out on things, you do notice some bits of driftwood here and there that as you're getting closer to shore, you're going to at this point also see off in the distance the sands of Draconis. You can feel a bit of the heat on the wind. It's giving you some flashbacks to the previous excursion here. And something kind of catches your eyes. You see what almost looks to be like a small crate, kind of bobbing in the waves.
All right. What would that be for to try to hook it with my grappling hook?
I would say a D20 plus your dexterity.
Plus dexterity. So it'd be D20 plus 11. So
Double check that there's not a thing about this specifically in the book.
yeah.
Because they do have, like, a grapple, obviously. Let's see.
Want me to hold off before I roll that, or
Just a moment for me to double check.
no worries?
It's a grappling hook. They don't have anything in the player's book. I wonder if there's something online, because, like, I'd be kind of curious
Yeah,
about
let's see.
myself. Here you go, equipment. When tied to the end of a rope, a grappling hook can secure the rope to a battlement when alleged tree climb or other protrusion. And it doesn't really say exactly what people normally do with that.
Let me see.
Securing a grappling hook requires the use of a rope check. Yes, I see that, but like exactly what check? Nah. Let me look a little closer into this. Let's check some secretly so that you don't know whether the rope will hold your weight. It doesn't have a rope check, but you can replace that with a dexterity check. Interestingly, the DC scaling matches that. So yeah, basically a d20 and dexterity.
Alright.
You have 11 in dexterity?
Let's see. If I'm looking at my sheet correctly.
Fuck, even my dexterity modifier isn't that high.
Wait. Yeah, no, that's the saving throws. Let's see. If you want to check my sheet again, Shen, just to see if I'm doing this wrong.
Now you have an 11 in dexterity, not an 11 modifier.
Oh.
So the modifier is 0.
Yes.
Yeah, 0. So it's just a. Let me re-roll that then.
I was about to say, it's like...
Or just use the 16 that you rolled.
Yeah, I can just use 16 then.
Yeah, that'll be fair.
Oh.
Because I was about to say it's like an 11. Like, I don't even know if Milo can accomplish that.
I wish my modifier was 11.
Just imagine though if Talos did have an 11 dexterity.
The most nimble dragonborn in existence.
Like strength, nimbleness.
At this point, all you'd hear Milo would saying, "Why the fuck are you still so goddamn loud?"
It's intentional. He wants everyone to think he's a clumsy dragonborn. Till it pirouettes behind you and snaps your neck.
Alright, that's 16.
With that, as you throw the grappling hook out, you manage to like catch it on the edge of the crate, and you manage to kind of pull it in where you hear somewhat almost sounds like some glass rattling inside.
Pull it up onto the onto and then see.
As you kind of pull it up and open up the crate, roll me an investigation check.
Investigation.
18. You look inside where you see a mess of what looks to be some waterlogging, so some salt water has gotten in, and a lot of broken bottles. What almost looks to be staining of multiple different colors along the inside of this crate. Like, whatever happened to it being tossed or maybe falling off something, it definitely shattered the majority of its contents. But you happen to notice one potion bottle remaining intact.
Carefully pull that one out and try not to cut my damn self.
From what you can see, this particular potion seems to be separated into brown, silver, and gray layers. And even as it gets shooken, as you kind of mess around with it, you would expect these liquids to maybe try to mix together from being separated, but no matter what you do, the colors fail to mix.
I'm gonna do an Arcana check. I know I haven't been good at those, but I'm gonna try to see if I can. Of course, I got an 8.
Pretty colors of potion.
Interesting. And I'm guessing that's all that I find in there. So.
Yep. You do have some allies you could potentially inquire with.
I'm gonna wave over the others and see, like, that. For be pulling up the crate. And...
You see Dane just like polishing the ring I've been working on. Oh. Hey, what you got over there, Talos?
It looks like a crate of what I'm guessing are potions. There's a couple broken ones in there. See if what you guys lot can find. Might have a better shot at finding something than me.
Not really too sure on my end, but I'll have a look.
Hey, what'd you guys find over there?
Looks like Talos found a crate of potions. Looks like all but one are smashed right now.
$14. As Dane, as you take a look, you definitely, and both of you definitely see this brown, silver, and gray layers of liquid that seem to like circle in bands. For you, you're not quite sure what this could be, Dane, but there's something familiar that you feel with these colors in particular. And same with you, Milo. As you take a look at this, you feel fairly confident you remember seeing this somewhere. The bands themselves almost looks like they're kind of like bands of stone in some way. Give me a history check. A nat 20.
Oh, hell yeah.
As you kind of scratch your head and think about it for a second, you realize that you've seen this in a few shops. Perhaps one salesman in particular tried to offer it, where you recognize that this is a potion of climbing.
Oh, nice. You got a potion of climbing.
You remember being
might come in
advertised
handy
that
at some point.
once drunk, you have for 1 hour after drinking it a climbing speed equal to your walking speed.
Well, this could come in handy. Do you want it, Milo? Probably use it.
I mean, if you don't want it, sure.
You know, I kind of held my gloves. Like I got my gloves.
As soon as you say, I got my gloves, it's gone.
Like, well, maybe you all can take a look inside the crate. There might be some more in there that I missed. And
Certainly have a poke. Doesn't look like there might be much, except for shattered glass.
Yeah, as you take a look, you see nothing but old stains and broken glass.
you want to take a look, Milo, before I shove it back over?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, as you kind of take a look, Milo, you know there's not much point in like scouring about this. The rest of the contents of what was in this crate have long been shattered and broken. There's a fortunate that Talos was even able to somehow like manage to spot this one bottle that was in there.
Gonna pop the lid back
Fair
on and
Wait.
heave it ho.
Wait.
Hmm?
How much broken glass is in there?
Let me see here.
A lot.
There would be about 7 bottles worth of broken glass.
Milo will take all of it.
Alright.
You beat me to it.
We can split it 50-50.
Nah, it's all good. Also, it looks like Dane is about to say something to you, Milo, and then he's like, never mind.
You just see Milo with a handful of glass just outreached, trying to offer some to you.
Page 139. Let me just double check that.
Milo, what do you intend to do with the glass? If you don't mind me asking.
What do you mean glass? These are jewels.
No, what? That's not.
You have 7 ounces.
Even Talos is like, that's...
Yeah. Milo, you have 7 ounces of broken glass.
Very well. And as soon as Milo starts saying this, he's gonna kind of drag it on for like a minute, give or take. But
I don't know, what do you
after that minute, Milo's gonna cast Distort Value to make it look like he's holding a handful of gems now.
Is there any check they need to make against that?
Need to roll a investigation against my spell save.
What's your spell save?
It's 19.
Oh no!
That's like
Why?
he says that. Like, you know that there was broken glass in there, Talos and Dane, as you were taking a look. But then suddenly, as you're looking at Milo's hands, you see what almost looks to be like a handful of diamonds, like tiny diamonds.
Talos is just like, but Talos is very bamboozled and confused now.
I'll say on Dane's end, he sees the broken glass at the start. It's like, that's not a gem. Reaches down into his bag of holding to go pull out like, was it like one of the gems? I don't know, moonstone or something like that. Pulls out, is like, this is a gem, and then looks and sees just this handful of tiny diamonds in Milo's hand. It's like, hang on a second, where were they hiding?
In the box.
In the box full of broken glass. Eh?
It wasn't broken glass. It was gems.
Oh, okay then.
You know what, Dane, just for you, keep one.
Okay then.
You get 1 ounce of
Talos
broken
is
glass.
just like, yeah, Talos is just very confused right now. He's like, but wait.
You know, after this adventuring thing, and when Milo goes into retirement from being the Baron, he might just become a professional gaslighter at this point.
Oh gosh. And Talos is now, he's just gonna like shake his head and just chuck the empty crate now back over the edge.
As it goes over the edge, Dallen pops up and just goes, "No wood!"
As the crate just splashes in the water below.
Ugh. I'm going to find something to eat. Talos just kind of walks away at this point. He's like, I know, like he's like, I know that was glass. There's no way. What is going on with my brain?
Are you sure about that?
Roll for gaslight.
Talos is just going to be walking away, shaking his head like, I don't know anymore. Nothing's right anymore. Glass is gems.
Damn.
Man, you're a dwarf and he's out-dwarfed you, Dane.
You know what, Dane? Just because I want to see how this goes, I'm going to give you Bardic Inspiration against my Deception.
What is that roll then?
1d6.
You'd have to get a 6.
I'm not feeling very inspired.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh, you bamboozled us so badly. Reality has decided nay.
Reality's decided it's done for the day.
It's like, the reality is what Milo has decided for the day.
And just think, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the amount of shit Milo can do in order to gaslight you.
And so, the day comes to a close. As you all will get yourself one more night of a full, long rest. And as you wake up on the next day, I believe it was 13th of Marfana. You all spend the morning to late morning sailing. As it gets to about midday, you all look ahead where you see towering above a city on what looks to be an ancient plateau of stone. You see a palace, a very familiar palace rising in the distance. And as the hot winds of the desert blow around and remind you of the heat, you all begin to wonder, where could the fire elemental be? And will we be able to collect his heart and return to Starfall Citadel before it falls? All these answers and more, perhaps provided in the next exciting episodes of the Adventures in Dundras, as that is where we're going to leave the episode for today. You all get 500 experience points for roleplay. And I'll be right back. As our heroes prepare themselves for the next leg of their journey, what new dangers and adventures await them? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.